All right, well, welcome to this week's Talk or Ask Us Anything. As I've always said in the past, we've had a busy news week and sort of mixing things up. Last Sunday, there was a little event on in the city, which I think was pretty awesome, actually, just quietly. It went something like this.
We should note, Harold, that video doesn't do it justice because that was taken before the public was allowed on the grounds. Once the public was there, it was chock-a-block.
And that's a very good point. And that also came just before the announcement that said that no drones could be flown thereafter. So we got in just in time, which was good. Always good to be ahead of the curve, as you would.
Hey!
So there was a reason that we were there, and that was because it was basically the last day of Targa West. And in awesome news, the Tok-Eva Racing Model 3 won the Targa West 165 rally by almost 8 minutes.
So he could have hopped out of the car, grabbed the coffee, got back in, and he still would have been first.
Could have too. And that's the first Tesla Model 3 in the Southern Hemisphere to enter an FIA-sanctioned motorsport event with a roll cage. So it really is a landmark achievement. And I did mention the times, and they are, yeah. So at the end of the entire rally, Tok-Eva was 7 minutes and 57 seconds ahead of a Porsche Cayman. And then there was basically daylight after that. Well, actually, there was daylight between basically the Tesla and everyone else. So, many congratulations to John Edwards, head of the Tok-Eva team, and Jürgen and Helen. Jürgen's the driver, and Helen is his very, very, very brave co-pilot. So well done, Tok-Eva, and well done, Tesla. That's basically a standard performance Model 3. The only modifications it's had is a roll cage for safety, different brake pads, and possibly discs. Well, I think the discs are actually the same. I think it's just different pads and some suspension tweaks. The drivetrain is identical.
And just high temperature brake fluid and slightly softer rubber on the
rubber and sticky tires. Yeah. Yes. Yep. Absolutely.
And of course, all the people that helped in the background with charging bits and pieces and support.
So many support people that there are too many to mention, but they all know who they are, and they did an awesome job. And once again, a big shout out to John Edwards, who basically it's his car. He stumped up all the risk, and you could say that that Jürgen and Helen basically had the fun in the car. That was just a hell of a ride. It's kind of like a rental car from heaven. It's just the best experience you could ever have. But yeah, many congrats to the team. Now, yes. This has been much vaunted. I thought I'd introduce it firstly as this screenshot. The Model Y is inching closer as it now has type approval in Australia. And I thought what was really interesting is the contact at Tesla is Andres Sid, and his email address is acid@tesla.com. So I think that's got to be one of the best email addresses you could probably get in Tesla.
I bet Elon likes that one.
He does too. So getting into the nitty-gritty of that, just very briefly, because most of you don't care, but some of us do. it basically is describing it's a vehicle type approval. It's not all the approvals yet. There's still some more hoops to go through, but it basically does in detail describe the Model Y and the different variations. So there's the standard range plus, there's the long range, and there's a performance variant. It was reported, I think, further down in the engine that people were claiming that it was going to have something like a 92 kilowatt hour battery pack, and that's actually fallacious. They were basing that on the fact that the batteries were either 173 amp hours or 230 amp hours, and they were multiplying that by 400 volts, presuming that was the battery pack voltage. But actually, you need to multiply it by 350 volts, and then you get closer to the 80 kilowatt hours and approximately 60 kilowatt hours of the two different versions. But look, it's great to see that the Model Y is effectively inching closer. Of course, when it goes online, no one knows, except for Tesla, of course, and they're keeping their cards close to their chest. Then the last, just a little minor thing, Tesla news. Why? Oh, there's a couple actually. There was a great YouTube video, which one little snippet, again, this is dear to some of our hearts, was this little piece, which is well, it's almost like it's bigger than a piece of glass, than a window for a house, but it's actually the windscreen for a Cybertruck. This was a video that Tesla did on their account describing their in-house glass prototyping plant. And yeah, clearly you can see that's a Cybertruck windscreen. Although interestingly, it's got some sort of little edge bit here that the other side doesn't have. So I don't know if they just haven't cut that off yet or what's going on. But yeah, that's an awesome piece of glass. And lastly, I'm not sure if everyone knows this, but Tesla has officially ended the referral program in Australia and effectively the rest of the world for that matter, except for the technicality of if you live in the States, they still maintain the referral system for their solar roof product. But in Australia, it's basically ended. And I guess there's some mixed feelings about that. You know, it is what it is. Personally, I'm not too upset. I think, you know, in the end, we got people who used a referral code. The purchaser received 1,500 kilometres approximately of free supercharging, and so too did the referrer if they had a car that didn't have lifetime supercharging. So yeah, that's it basically on the Tesla front. Now, it's probably a good time to ask anyone who's new to please introduce themselves. I might start with Katrin. Welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me. I've had my Tesla since September last year, October, and this is the first time I've just had a chance to go to one of these meetings. So, you know, it's my first EV as well.
Awesome.
When I'm not driving the car, I'm a veterinarian. So it's
Fantastic.
kind of nice but I'm really, really enjoying being a Tesla driver, apart from the fact that I have to share it with my husband and my son.
Oh, look, there's a simple solution to that. As we just described, the Model Y is coming out soon. So you'll be able to go to tesla.com/Model Y and order now. And you can do Tesla family like many of us are. And as you know, once you've gone EV, you can't go back. It's just driving anything else is just a terrible experience.
Actually, the statistics.
I wouldn't mind to. I'd love to get the Cybertruck if the smaller version ever comes out. That just to me looks really cool.
I don't know. I mean, you're a veterinarian, so imagine how many, I don't know, llamas or something you could fit in the back of a Cybertruck.
I'm a small animal veterinarian, but it would be good for taking dogs and when I need to take my cats in as blood donors, then they won't be sitting on the seat next to me complaining.
Well, I think, was it France and Elon at the Gigafactory Nevada opening, they described how many, was it hamsters? I think how many billions of hamsters you could fit in the volume of the gig factory. So yeah, in the vault, and don't forget the vault is probably going to be air conditioned, or there'll be a feed through from the cabin to actually cool the vault down. So yeah, it's an awesome bit of kit, and it probably will qualify as a commercial vehicle, so it'll be all good for work. Okay, anyone else?
Nice to meet you all.
Oh, absolutely, and welcome.
Thank you.
Now, Kevin, I think your face looks familiar for some reason, but I think you might be new, so welcome.
Thank you. I'm definitely new, and yes, I think we met at RAC in West Perth when I was a complete newbie and learning how to charge and what cables I needed. So thanks for that. And yeah, first time joining the group. Had my Model 3, just a standard version, for about 4 months now. Actually got it secondhand. So I sort of dove into it quite quickly and have really been enjoying the experience. Was a little bit miffed when I found out the range wasn't quite as I'd read it on some of the tech sheets, but you know, we've all been there, except those people who did the proper research. And
yes,
probably the most notable thing about my Tesla is the back seats are both put down, and I've got fake grass in the back, and I'm regularly driving around with my 2 dogs. So there's a loop back to is it Katrin, the veterinarian of small animals. So yeah, that's and you might see me sometimes at Williams because I'm driving up from Albany and to Perth and back, you know, relatively regularly. So look forward to seeing you, some of you, sometime at the new Williams supercharger.
So please then do take a photo of said pets on fake grass in the back of your car. That would be awesome, particularly if you can get one at the Williams supercharger while you're plugged in. That would be even better.
Actually, we went up last weekend, and because we had the 2 dogs and my wife, we took the Prado. So
that's okay, but there will be a time when you have those 2 dogs in the car as intended.
I'll definitely get a dog picture, and I'll put it on the Facebook page.
Awesome, fantastic, and we'll repost that on our webpage too. Fantastic. Okay.
Harold, Harold, I think I noticed someone asking a question. Gentleman, Kalamunda Springers.
That's right. Sorry, I was muted, but now I'm unmuted. I don't know what's on with my camera. My head's not really this big. It looks weird. Yeah, I'm a definite newbie. Just had the car for not quite 3 weeks yet, so I'm still learning how to drive it. Yeah, we were thinking about electric cars for quite a while, and then started looking and test drove a couple. We won't mention any names. And then we tried the Tesla and thought, this is a real electric car. And we were just taken with it. As I say, still learning lots of things. One thing that's a bit confusing is the rate at which it slows down. This is the basic standard Model 3. Obviously, when it's fully charged and maybe when its battery's cool, it's a bit iffy about how fast it will decelerate when you take your foot off. But it seems to at other times too, and it's bits of a random. Sometimes it's really good, you know, you knock off the autopilot, it'll really slow down. Other times it thinks for a while and thinks, okay, I'll think about slowing down. When you're approaching a T-junction or something, that's a bit of a worry, because you just expect it, you know, when you knock off the autopilot, you expect it to really start pulling back, and if it doesn't, it's any ideas about what it is that varies? Is it temperature as well as the amount of charge?
It is. It's a state of charge. So if you're close to 100% or even anything beyond sort of 90%, depending on which car it is, that will reduce your amount of regen. And also in winter, it's greatly affected by the cold. So once your battery pack is less than, I think it's 18.5 degrees, that's about the threshold, then it will start to restrict regen.
Okay, that'll be what it is. We're in Perth Hills here, and it's Yeah, we've had a few 14 and 12.
Temperature's got a big
nights and
effect.
so on. So in the morning, you expect it to, battery's a bit cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And in summer, that will absolutely disappear. So it's when your pack gets below 18.5 degrees, which obviously if your car is outside in winter, that can easily happen. If you've got a garage, that's less likely to be the case. But also if you're leaving with a high state of charge, that can also affect regen. Although there is a difference between the new SR Plus made in China Model 3s compared to, say, the older Fremont ones, which are standard range pluses, which have different battery chemistry and seem to behave differently.
Apparently this is the new battery. About the only way to tell, you think you'd be able to tell from the VIN or off your card specs, but the specs tell you nothing. But I assume from the information it says, you know, if your indicator says 100% rather than kilowatts, whatever, it's a new battery and you're supposed to keep it charged 100% as much as possible, at least twice a week.
There is an easy way to tell if you don't know what your car is. If you press the up arrow and then go into the charging screen, if you go and set the limit, if the display looks like this, where it just says 50% and the tick marks and the 100%, then you have a standard range plus made in China. You can also tell from your VIN, the first 3 characters of your VIN would be LRW, which stands for the Shanghai factory. So it's probably a good time, just since you asked that question, or since we're discussing charging, it's probably a good time to sort of just reiterate this fact, because I met a lady a few days ago whose car was set to 90%, even though it was an SR Plus. And she was unfortunately told by the delivery people that that's what you need to charge your car to, so as to look after the battery. When you see a charging screen that looks like this, then you can set this slider to 100% all day, every day. Now, if you see the words daily here and trip here, then you have either an older made in Fremont SR Plus or a long range or performance Model 3 or an S or an X. And when it says daily here and trip here, you should then set your slider to 90%. You can set it to 100%, but only on a road trip, and you shouldn't let it fester at 100% for too long.
Not good for your battery.
It's not good for the battery. However, it's perfectly fine. One pro tip that you can do if you're going on a road trip and you ordinarily charge your car to 90% is you can just get up in the morning, and as you're getting ready, your car will still be plugged in overnight because you charge it to 90%. You can then go to your app, your Tesla app, and then slide the slider to 100%. And while you're sort of getting ready and having breakfast and packing the car, in the next half hour, 45 minutes, your car will get pretty close to the 100% in any case. And within, plus or minus 1% or so, or 2%.
Harold, I've got to go. I might catch you next Wednesday.
Oh, yes, John.
But, and I'll have a couple of questions for you.
Yeah, cool. And you can watch this on YouTube as well. So just search Tokwa, Tocwa, on YouTube. And
just a bit of my background. I've been involved in electric vehicles since 1985. I was involved with in Sydney for the EVAA research. And we didn't break through. I've had my Tesla since 2017, 4 years of S model, and I brought it over from Melbourne in the last couple of weeks, and I was quite offended when the West Australian government hit me for 50% more in registration than New South Wales and Victoria for an S model.
Welcome to the Wild West.
Going on the tier weight is not a way to register vehicles. The other thing I had to do was purchase the connector modifier to get into the standardised charging junction hose. And they didn't tell me anything about that in Melbourne, but I learnt the hard way. But anyway, I better go. I'll catch you all maybe next Wednesday.
No worries. Welcome. Great to see you. We look forward to seeing you next week.
Maybe. Okay, bye.
Yes. Take care. Okay, so
Sorry, Harold, I cut off Anand. I think you were going to introduce him.
oh yes, Anand, welcome. I already know a lot about Anand because we had a little chat earlier on the phone. I'll let you introduce yourself if you like.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
We can.
Okay, cool. So my name is Anand. I live in Karratha currently, getting ready to fetch our Model 3 Standard Range Plus on Tuesday. And I've been umming and ahhing about whether to drive the car back to Karratha or to put it onto a truck. I guess Harold half convinced me to start an adventure.
Give it a go.
We'll see how we go.
It's got to be done, and it's going to be awesome. And we can go through some of the details of that a little bit later on. But it's a very doable thing. In this room, I've done it. Rob's done it. So there's two people in this room that have done it, and it's a great adventure. It really is.
All right. I'm just wondering how many tire plugs I should carry.
Well, as a member of the club, you can actually borrow. We've got a tyre repair kit, and in fact, that's a great segue because I have actually used it. I had occasion to use it on my wife's car a couple of weeks ago. So I'll get you the before and after photo, and I must admit it worked pretty well.
I did my first plug repair last week myself, but on a four-wheel drive tire. Difficult.
If you can do it on a four-wheel drive tire, you should be able to do it on a Tesla, no problems.
My wife ran over a tech screw that happened to be one of my tech screws out of a sectional door, and you can see the position of it. It's actually not in the repair zone according to the standards for tyre repair. But then I managed to effectively put a plug in it, and to date, it's still been okay. And I mean, it would have still been appropriate to put a plug in it before taking it to Tyre Power or somewhere similar to get the tyre replaced in any case. But they definitely do work, and they can get you out of trouble. So yes, you can certainly borrow the plug kit, or if you've got one, just bring it with you. They work really well, as you're saying.
Yeah, it's probably have to go into checked-in luggage.
Yes, because it's got the skewer. That's right. Yes. Well, I don't know. Yeah, put it in checked-in luggage. Yeah, that's right. But yes, we can absolutely go through some of the plans and things to consider on the road trip. But it's actually pretty, and including things like economy and range and things like that. Is there anyone else that is new? If you'd please like to introduce yourself. And if not, I think we're all good. Okay.
Andrew Hagan's got a question.
Yes, Andrew.
Hey guys, how's it going? Haven't checked in for a couple of months since I first got my Tesla, but thanks for being available for us.
No worries, pleasure.
So my question is, I dropped an email into the TalkWork email address with a few questions, but I didn't hear back. So I thought I'd check in here just to ask the questions.
How long ago?
A couple of days, probably earlier on in the week.
We've been super duper busy, so that might have slipped through the filter. Apologies for that. But yeah, absolutely. Yeah, ask him here now. That's no better time.
Great. So I'm going to Esperance on Friday, and I wanted to find out about charging at Lake Grace, whether I need a special cable.
No.
Or good. And secondly, to see if I could either borrow a tyre for the trip and the repair kit while we were just talking about that.
Okay, what sort of car have you got?
Model 3, dual motor.
Sorry,
long range.
Long range. Oh, okay, long range. Yes. And when are you going?
Friday morning, very early.
Day after tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay. We have got a aero wheel available, which fits the standard range plus and the long range. Okay, what I'll do is
I've got a spare wheel as well, Harold. If you've already lent it to someone, or
and I'm lending out. Well, I have lent the modern spare, skinny spare out. Well, it hasn't been collected yet, but it's getting collected. Actually, it was supposed to be today. I haven't heard back, but perhaps it'll be tomorrow. But I'll just put my phone number up on chat. So Andrew, if you want to give me a buzz, please, tomorrow, then we can arrange to meet to collect that spare.
Great. Whereabouts would the spare be? Like what suburb or?
Just a sec. Yeah, so just give me a buzz and then just go and collect it.
All right, fantastic.
Andrew, one thing you should
go, Pete.
One thing you should just be aware of with Lake Grace, in order to enable the charger, you've got to go on an app which requires reception. So if you have anything other than Telstra, you may struggle, but there is a workaround. You can go to the Tourist Bureau and try and use their Wi-Fi. And if you have another person, then just wave to them. If you don't, you may have to do a quick sprint.
Yep, I've got Telstra, so hopefully that will work. And can you tell me, Pete, how fast is the charger? I'll be coming from Williams. I'll leave Williams with 100%. And I want to just, I guess, try and figure out how long I need to stay there for charging on my way to Esperance.
So that's a 50 kilowatt charger. So roughly about, what's that, 350? Yeah.
Okay.
An hour. Yeah, it will be less than an hour, but you can, so you know how to toggle between battery percentage and kilometers?
Yep.
Yeah. So all you do is just put in Esperance, so you know how far you're away. And I would, obviously don't do it exactly. Give yourself a bit of a buffer, just in case it rains or, you encounter some big headwinds or what have you.
What you can do, Andrew, is you should navigate to your destination, right? And then you click the up arrow on the bottom of your screen and go to energy and then go to trip. Now, obviously, if you haven't started a trip, it can't show you anything, so you need to actually navigate to somewhere. And then what it will do is it'll project from where you are now to what it thinks you'll be at the destination. So in this case, it's predicting 12%. So that's a great way of telling how you're going or how you can plan your trip. So say if you get to Lake Grace, you'll have to stop at Ravensthorpe to charge up. Unfortunately, that's not a fast DC charger. So Ravensthorpe is actually just a Tesla destination charger. So that's here at the Greenhaven Caravan Park. So this will charge your car at about 72 to 75 kilometers per hour. So when you're at Lake Grace, if you say navigated to Esperance, it would just tell you that you're not going to make it. You'll be minus a fair amount of charge. So what you should do is simply navigate to Ravensthorpe and then fill up there. And then when you've got about a 20% buffer, so when the car predicts that you'll have 20% left, then you're fairly safe to drive off. This also applies to you too, Anand, but yours is going to be a bit more technical than that because you're sort of going further distances, further gaps. Now,
it's probably a good time to also remind everyone of the 2 ABCs. So always be charging, number 1, and number 2, always browse comments. So when you're on PlugShare, which is the app that Harold has up on the screen at the moment. Just look through the last few people that have charged at that charger, because they may have put up comments saying the charger's out of commission or what have you. So yeah, that's an easy mistake to make.
So Andrew, you're going to have a great trip to Williams, and then from Williams to Lake Grace, it'll be really good as well, because that's nice and fast, because the Williams supercharger is extraordinarily fast. Lake Grace is pretty good, but I would recommend that you fill up your car until the rate at which it's charging is less than 11 kilowatts. So whatever charge level that is, if that's 95% or 90%, as soon as you get less than 11 kilowatts, then you can proceed to Ravensthorpe, because that's how much charge you'll get when you're at Ravensthorpe. So you want to sort of break up the journey by having sort of more charging sessions sort of spread over the distance, so you're not stuck in one place for a long time.
Harold, Andrew was mentioning that he was going to charge at Williams to 100%, and the same deal goes there. Once he gets to 45 kilowatt, he's wasting his time.
Yes, that's right. So, sorry, I just got distracted with mumbling up. Yeah, so at Williams, what sort of car have you got, Andrew? Is it SR Plus or long range?
You're muted, Andrew.
Sorry, long range.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so when you're leaving home, don't bother about doing the 100% road trip thing, because you're going to Williams, and that'll put in that extra 10% in a few minutes. So yeah, to get to Esperance in the shortest time, just traverse through Williams, and as Rob said, what you can do is, while you're at the woolshed supercharging, just then navigate to Lake Grace, and once your car, as Rob said, gets below, say, we'll say 40 kilowatts charging, then you can go, provided, of course, at that point of time, the navigation system or the energy system says that there's enough to get to Lake Grace, and then you can go straight to Lake Grace. Unless, of course, you're having lunch or something, and, by all means, just continue charging your car if you're doing something useful. And then, yeah, go to Lake Grace, and you'll want to basically charge up until you're getting it at a bit less than 11 kilowatts. And then you can press on to Ravensthorpe. Unfortunately, you'll be at Ravensthorpe for a while, because you can only replenish 75 kilometres per hour. And the distance from Ravensthorpe to Esperance is... Rob, you got that off?
382 kilometres.
382?
No, not from Ravensthorpe to Esperance.
Sorry. I thought you Lake Grace. Lake Grace to Esperance is 382.
I think you're close enough to 200 from Ravensthorpe to Esperance.
Okay.
I think it's much less.
Yeah, I'll bring it up in 2 seconds.
I guess
Lake Grace to Esperance is 269.
Okay, so it's 187 kilometres from Ravensthorpe to Esperance.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and then Lake Grace, to Esperance is 373. So actually, you'll be pretty close. So you won't have to spend too much time at Ravensthorpe.
Yep.
With a long range, if you actually went a bit slower, if you did 90 kilometres an hour, you'd easily get there. If you did 100, it just depends. What you could actually do is pick a speed that you're comfortable with. Again, you'll see the plot, which I had up before. So what you can actually do, and this is a great sort of pro tip, is as you're driving along, so say we were leaving Lake Grace here, and it's saying that Esperance is at 12%. Now, if you kept on driving and this graph didn't change, so it just stayed stable, when you get to Ravensthorpe, you could say, well, which would be about, say, halfway, well, 2/3 of the way across. You could then be quite confident that from Ravensthorpe to Esperance, it'll still be much the same if you're just committing to the same speed. So then you could basically say to yourself, well, I'm all good. Yes, I'll have a low state of charge when I get to Esperance, but I'm confident I'll make it. If it starts getting worse or it gets closer to sort of 5% or 2% or something like that, and you're already doing a moderate speed, then just go and top up at Ravensthorpe and top it up until you get, 20% or whatever you're comfortable with. But you don't have to make that decision until you're just in the outskirts of Ravensthorpe and see how you go over those first 150 kilometres or whatever it is.
That is good advice. Thanks. And the last question about Esperance is, what charging network do they have down there?
Trucks.
The best one is Horizon Power, I think, is by far the best one there. The one in town has been disconnected or turned off inside the building.
Oh, right.
I did put a note to that effect on PlugShare last year, and I had a look just the other day when I was there, and I couldn't tell if it was on or off, but previous experiences, it's always turned off inside.
Oh, yes, that actually happened to me too. Okay, so are you happening to stay at the Comfort Inn, Andrew?
No, we're a little bit out of town.
Okay, so there is a Horizon Power Type 2 charger. Now that does need a cable. You need to bring your own cable. So that's a Type 2 to Type 2 cable, which you can, as a member, you can borrow from the club.
Oh, great. Okay.
For free. So
fantastic.
That's one of the perks of spending the $20 per annum, is you get to borrow these things for free on road trips.
Fantastic.
The other place you can charge is the Comfort Inn, Bay of Isles Hotel, and they have a charger there. That's actually a Tesla destination charger that doesn't actually require its own cable. It doesn't require a separate cable.
So I could go and grab a meal there and charge up a bit while I'm having a meal or something.
Absolutely, yes.
And what speed would that be charging at, a destination
about
charger?
70 kilometres per hour.
Oh, okay.
Now, on the other hand, you can also just use your UMC, which is which stands for Universal Mobile Connector, that came free with your car through a 10 amp power point.
Yep, I'll be taking that.
Yep, and that will add about roughly 10 kilometres of range per hour. So overnight, you'll recover 120 Ks.
Yeah.
So it just depends on how long you're staying there for, or if you're doing side trips. You might want to go around Lake Warden, because unlike Pink Lake, that's the one that's actually pink, whereas Pink Lake is not. And there's also the Esperance Stonehenge, which is pretty cool to see. So it's actually it's really good. Just Google it. It's not very far out of town, and it's actually a authentic replica of Stonehenge as it would have been, as it was 4,000 years ago. And it's made with local granite. So in a sense, what you're seeing now is what Stonehenge looked like. And when you look at Stonehenge, that's what this Esperance one's going to look like in 4,000 years' time. So
great, I'll check it out. That's good little tip there. Thanks.
No worries.
Hey, Harold, a quick related question.
Yes.
I noticed that photograph you showed with the Type 2 cable appeared to have test and tag on it. Is there a requirement for us to have Type 2 cables test and tagged?
No. Let me just bring that photo up.
Yeah, I noticed the green tag at the car end.
I'm not sure it's actually a safety tag, to be honest.
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
I think it's just it's a bit hard to see. I think it's just like a product label.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
I don't think it's a safety tag. But in answer to your original part of the question, no, the answer is no.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Just a quick one, Harold. We just mentioned being club member. My fees are due in about a week. I've forgotten how I pay. Is it just by direct debit?
No, you click on. I'll bring up the web page. I think you have to log in and then go back to membership and then click on renew.
Oh, okay. So I can do it. I'll find it on there if that's
You
it.
should also have received an email, and I think the email may actually have the link to renew.
Oh, okay.
I think you get that about a week out from your membership expiring. So you should have one very, very soon, if not perhaps today or already.
Well, I'm still getting organised. We've only been back since Thursday, so cleaning up the mess around the house after 6 months and getting things in order.
Yeah, cool. There is, I'm just trying to look now, and oh yes. So you've got on our website, which is just toplo.org.au. Oh, what did I do that for? You've got under join, you've got renew your membership. So it had renew your membership.
Okay.
So when you go into that, you then need to log in. So it says you need to log in to view this content. So just click the login. If you can't remember your password, just say, I forgot my password, and it'll send you an email to reset it. And then you can reset it, log back in, click on renew, and then you just put in a $20 payment through. We use PayPal as the service provider, but you don't need to have a PayPal account. You can just use your credit card.
Okay.
Harold, can I go back to Greenhaven in Ravensthorpe for a minute?
Yes.
Yeah. So, Andrew, when you do stop in there, if you do stop in there, you'll notice they're charging $1 per kilowatt, and one of the reasons is it cost them a lot of money to put that Tesla charger in there. Basically, they'll never get their money back on that Tesla charger. Once the state government put in a DC charger in that area, no one will go to Greenhaven. So they've got to try and cover their costs. They're really, really great people, and it's the only charging option we got there.
Did you say Greenhaven?
Yeah, the caravan park. Greenhaven, Ravensthorpe Caravan Park.
Ah, got it.
Yeah. So they've been really good to us over the past 5 years, whereas the Shire of Ravensthorpe have done nothing but put hurdles in front of us. So,
all right.
Yeah. So just understand, if you see $1 a kilowatt, understand that they're going to lose money on that eventually.
Yeah, understood. And do I need to? Should I be taking my? I've got a 3-phase 5-pin adapter. Should I be using that for there?
No, there's a Tesla destination charger, as you can see in this image here. So you don't need to use that. And in fact, that will be quicker. So did you buy that thing for $165 roughly? The 5-pin adapter for a tail?
It was a bit more than that, I think. I think it was closer to 200. Okay,
yeah, cool. So that will actually be slower than using the Tesla destination charger. So the 5-pin, when it's single phase through your UMC, will charge your car at 30 odd kilometers per hour.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Whereas the destination charger will charge your car at 50, sorry.
The HPWC will be about
50, 70, and the single phase is 50. Sorry, apologies.
Yeah.
So the Tesla charger is 70 k's, and the single phase version of your UMC will do it at 50 k's an hour.
And so just to confirm, this is the only charger, that destination charger at Ravensthorpe. That's the one I need to go to.
There's only one place on PlugShare in Ravensthorpe, and that's the
Yeah.
Greenhaven Caravan Park.
Got it. Okay.
So
Oh, thanks, guys.
No worries. Now, speaking of which, obviously, what you can see here is plugshare.com. This is for anyone that's getting a new car. This is an essential app to have. It's absolutely essential. Well, unless you're driving just between Perth and Bunbury or Williams, I guess, because obviously your car has got the supercharger locations in the screen. Very quickly to show you that, what you can do is just go into your navigation screen and you'll see the little lightning symbol in the lower left-hand corner. So when you click on that, it will actually show you a list of available chargers. Now, if your car is brand new, it'll show you where the superchargers are and where the Tesla destination chargers are. So this image was taken in a car that was parked at Curtin University. So obviously it shows nearby chargers to that, being Stockland, Riverton, etc., etc. Now, as your car gets older and you actually charge it in other locations, the car actually remembers those locations and will also show them as icons, pins on the map, whether they be AC or DC charging locations. But your car only has Tesla superchargers and Tesla destination chargers. So the ChargeFox chargers and other chargers won't appear on Tesla's map, which is why you need to use PlugShare to tell you where all the other charging locations are. And it's basically social media, so it also has comments as to how that site is and whether it's functional or any other tips and tricks. So for instance, if you looked at the Tokwa Geraldton fast DC charger, which Anand, this is for you on the way to Karratha, you can see information. So for instance, in this case, it's 50 cents per kilowatt hour, but you need to read the instructions because part of that says that there is a combination padlock, and we've got the combination for that. That's so that you can unholster the cable. We did that to try and reduce vandalism, and touch wood, it's been successful so far. And in this case, when you read through the notes, you can also see that you need to activate, you need to use the Next Charge app. So just put in Next Charge as in your app store and download that app, and you can then pay for a charging session just using your credit card. Another app to download is the ChargeFox. So it's just the word charge and Fox together, ChargeFox app. That's not for this location, but there are many other locations, such as the fast DC charger in Treendale, and this is on the ChargeFox app. Also, for you, Andrew, that's the service provider for Lake Grace over there. So you need to get PlugShare. Now, what you should also do, if you install it on your phone, it'll probably have all of the connectors ticked. When you've got a completely brand new Model 3 with no charging cables, no adapters, nothing, then all you should enable is basically supercharger, Tesla. So the supercharger is Tesla supercharger. Tesla are the destination chargers, and CCS is the fast DC chargers that are non-Tesla but work on the Model 3. And you can see on the map, that's all of them there. So with these settings, all of these locations you can basically drive to and charge without needing any adapters of any sort. So for instance, you can go to the Central Wheat Belt Visitor Centre in Merredin, you can go to the Cora Retreat, and so on and so forth. And most of, or virtually all of the orange pins, they are fast DC chargers. And again, they don't need any connectors. And the green ones are the AC, so the slow chargers. But with these settings of supercharger, Tesla, and CCS, you don't need any adapters. Now, Andrew, you're going to borrow the Type 2 adapter.
Yep.
Then you can enable Type 2, and then it will show more. It doesn't look like a lot more, but there are certainly around Perth, there are quite a few more Type 2 locations. Then if you're going, well, actually, in your case, Andrew, you've got this 5-pin tail, so you can also click 3-phase. Bearing in mind, for instance, as Peter said, with the ABCs, always be charging and always browse comments, you should also look at which one is it? Is it Meriden? No. Which is the one, Rob, that's got the, it's actually 20 amps.
Bruce Rock.
No. Oh, yeah, no, it's closer to town. I thought it was, I actually thought it was Northern, sorry. Maybe they've put that on restricted. We'll just open this up just as an example. No, that's, yes. So this is a 20 amp 3-phase. So the main adapters you have is a 32 amp 3-phase, but there are a couple of 3-phase locations that are 20 amp, and they have the slightly smaller, the socket or the plug is incompatible, or should I say the socket is incompatible with the plug. So that's just a little bit of fine print. Always have a good look at each pin and read the description. So in this case, it says 20 amps, so you can discount that. Now, the other thing too is you can see it's a sort of brownish color, reddish brownish color. That means restricted. So I've actually allowed restricted as a filter. If I just get rid of that, under your filters, you can, no, no, that's not it. There is a filter for there is a filter for actually saying whether
just above your cursor now, show restricted locations. There's a tick up a bit.
Oh yes, sorry, show restricted. Yes, sorry. So you can see now it's disappeared. So restricted generally means you basically can't really use it. So you might as well have this off. I just have it on just so I know comprehensively where everything is. So that's what you need to do with PlugShare. So, and you need to have PlugShare. So just download it onto your phones. And like I said, just set it to Tesla, initially Tesla, supercharger. And now if you can't find CCS, you'll notice there's a section that says show incompatible plugs, because it might think that your car is not compatible with CCS, and then just tick CCS. All righty. So has anyone else got any other questions or comments?
Yeah, the your Wi-Fi connection in your car, can you get your updates via that, or has it got to be Wi-Fi at home? Like if you update the car, you're not home, can you do that through the normal car connection?
Right. So to get updates, the car will only, well, mostly do updates via Wi-Fi, and that's typically at home. So to set that up, and we'll get to what happens if you're away from home with Wi-Fi. To set that up, what you do is you click on the LTE button. Sorry, I just got to clear out of this screen. And then it'll search for Wi-Fi. So when you're at home, it'll hopefully find your home Wi-Fi modem, and then you go and click on it, enter in your password, job done. Now, actually, I'm doing an update of this simulator tomorrow, but there's also a setting you can actually tether while you're out and about. You may get what looks like a down arrow and it'll be orange, down arrow with a line underneath it. And that's indicating that the car wants to download an update, but it won't do it unless it's on Wi-Fi. So if you're at home, when you arrive home, it'll download automatically. If you are, say, out and about, in fact, you can even do this while you're driving, if you tether your car to your phone, so simply on your phone, allow others to connect to your hotspot, and then if you click on the LTE button, it'll search and it will hopefully find your phone's hotspot. You can then connect to it, and then your car is basically connected to your phone's Wi-Fi, and then it can basically download that software even while you're driving along.
Mm-hmm.
That's also a great tip for people whose premium connectivity runs out after a month or 2 or 3. You can now, there's actually a setting under the Wi-Fi that when you're tethering to your phone, what normally happens is it will disconnect once you put the car into drive, but you can actually connect to it, and there's a little checkbox that says something along the lines of maintain hotspot connection or Wi-Fi connection while driving. So then you can stream digital content into your car from your phone's hotspot. So anyone else got any other questions?
Yeah, Harold. Gil George here. A couple of things. First of all, my wife has got a 2016 Model S. Says she'd like to see more of us wave to each other as we drive past. So she's asked me to pass that message on to everybody. And but there's so many Teslas these days that maybe you get RSI. But that's one thing. The other thing is in terms of destination charges and other opportunities. Bremer Bay has got there's the Bremer Bay Resort there. Is there anything else in Bremer Bay that I haven't been able to pick up yet? Is that the only one that there is in Bremer Bay?
I've got to confess my ignorance. Where is Bremer Bay?
Oh, it's down near the Fitzgerald National Park. It's just it's 100 or so kilometres west of Hopetown.
Famous for the whale watching, Harold.
Yeah, and the orcas apparently.
Yeah, the orcas. It's really
and
an
wildflowers.
interesting place to go.
Yeah, Fitzgerald.
Yeah. So as you can see, Bremer Bay, we've got the filters of supercharger Tesla CCS, and we'll throw in 3-phase and Type 2.
Yeah.
And the answer is 1 pin.
Yeah.
So that's the Bremer Bay Resort.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. The other thing, this is something that I've been. You may have covered in the past, but in terms of but it reminded me when there was discussion about the way, particularly I've got a dual motor November delivery last year, and it's got an induction motor, and it does slow down quite dramatically, and I almost never use the brake. But it occurs to me that if with the internal combustion engine, with those cars that keep on rolling after you take your foot off the accelerator, you have to use the brake. So that the way the car brakes is quite different. You're attempting to stop the wheel, apply friction to the wheel, whereas with the Tesla, the way the car stops is quite different. Does that give you better tyre wear profiles? My wife's over 50,000 kilometres in hers, and the tyres look brand new.
Yep. It's not so much tyre wear; it gives you much more efficiency. So, just getting onto the thing of the different settings, if you in your screen and you click on the car icon lower right, and then go to driving, and you'll see that there's a stopping mode. This is for Model 3s.
Creep, hold and roll. Yes, yes.
Yeah, creep, roll, and hold.
Yeah,
So,
we always leave it on hold. Yeah.
Yep. So creep is it makes your car behave like it was an automatic transmission, or like it had an automatic transmission.
Yeah.
Roll is effectively like a manual transmission, and whenever you're sort of your foot's off the accelerator and you're going very slowly, it basically is like it's in neutral. And then hold is effectively one pedal driving. So if you take your foot off the accelerator, it will, depending on the speed, fairly gently to moderately slow your car down, and it will come to a complete stop. And obviously people get really good at feathering the accelerator to sort of stop at a certain point. That mode is probably, well, that's very convenient because it's effectively almost single pedal driving, basically.
Yeah.
The reason you need to use your brake is if you have to brake in an emergency really hard.
Yeah. For
most people. It's not so much the tyre wear that's affected by the way the car behaves. It's the fact that you're regenerating all this energy back into the battery rather than wearing out your disc brakes or your brake pads.
The other thing is we always travel with the energy consumption meter showing on the dash, and you would have noticed too changing road surface. You're heading south, and as soon as you get off the Kwinana Freeway or the onto the rougher road, not only does road noise increase, but your consumption goes up by about 30 watt hours a kilometre. Goes up from in my case, from 140 or so to 170.
Yes, all that chip seal that they have on the outer roads, all that road noise you get, the tyre noise you hear, is basically wasted energy.
Yeah,
so
very, very big. It's a huge carbon footprint. I've been trying to work out who I should write to in main roads or elsewhere to say make our roads smoother so that we don't waste so much fuel.
Yeah.
Yes, but the economists will say that there's a lot of embodied energy in road building, and chip seal lasts longer and the maintenance costs are lower.
Okay.
But your point is still a very good one. As far as perhaps absolute efficiency, it might be better to have smooth roads that are maintained more often for the sake of the environment.
And you get 10 or 15% more distance, per charge. It's quite significant.
And I dare say truckies would like it too, because their tyres would probably wear much longer too.
Yeah.
But
just on that point, I just came from Paynes Fine down to Cleary with Maroubra Road. It's a gravel road, very good gravel road. And instead of getting 10.5 litres per 100 kilometres, I got 8.5, or a bit less than 8.5 on that road. The difference was staggering, because a good gravel road is always better than a bitumen road anyway. But the difference in economy was quite staggering.
Yeah, wow, that's interesting. That's really interesting. So, Pete, you were going to say something there.
He's looking very young. Jeez.
He's ahead of his own curve.
Just going to say, he's definitely ahead of the curve, Pete. Looking very young.
I'm aging in reverse. No, I was just going to say that the net carbon, there would be a net carbon positive by making the roads smoother, because the what you would gain in better efficiency for the cars would more than offset the extra carbon in or the extra embodied energy, as Harold said, in making the road smoother.
I guess one little point of conflict with the federal government with road funding is, of course, if petrol and diesel cars were less efficient on the rougher roads that were cheaper to maintain, it would also earn the federal government more road tax in the form of petrol or fuel excise. So I guess perhaps the government's a bit conflicted on making smooth roads.
It's not only conflicted on that particular point, pretty much everything it does these days.
What do you think, Alex? You got an opinion on that, Alex? You got a few rough roads there in Mandurah. What do you think?
There is a few rough roads because I just went to Williams and back through Collie, so that was a bit of a trek and a half.
Okay.
It sure is. You turn off at Arthur River.
That was a bit of fun, but yeah, some of those roads are rough.
How long did it take you, Alex?
That took me about 6 hours all up trip because I went and did the triangle on Saturday. Yeah, so I went up to Williams, then Eton, then up to Taranup. So I did that trip.
Oh, that's good.
So you did the trifecta. Wow.
Yeah, nice. The trifecta. That was awesome.
I see Tesla put out a urgent recall on Model 3s about driving with the ABC on, that there were major issues if the ABC's playing. Apparently there's a safety issue with that. So yeah, that's apparently there's a sleep mode that's coming out. Is there, about that one, Harold? Is there anything that's coming?
Yeah. Fortunately, I've got full self-driving, so I just set that and leave my hand on the wheel and fall asleep. It's fine.
We've seen that before, actually.
Hey guys, can I just step in here because I think we've got a guest from Victoria.
Oh wow!
Is this David Coates from Victoria down the bottom?
He's very quiet.
He is. Can you hear me? Hello, everyone.
Hello,
David. Welcome. Tell us all about you and your car.
Well, I've got a Model 3 Performance 2019. I've done 80,000 Ks, despite being in Victoria and in lockdown all the time. Just recently been through WA, which is why I've joined the Western Australian group. And
awesome.
So I thought I'd learn a bit about what's happening there before I went over. And I've seen you'd had the Wednesday night session, so I thought I'd just check out what sort of things you might be talking about. Yeah.
Cool. Well, I can confirm that we both share 240 volt grids, and we have single phase and three phase power, hot and cold running water. Mostly.
I was surprised to speak the same language almost.
Almost.
Yeah,
I'm struggling with the accent a little bit, but I'll be polite.
Speak slowly.
That's right. We will speak quite slowly. I was actually born in Victoria, so I guess I'm an expat a long time ago, naturalised West Australian.
Yeah.
But I guess
David, tell me, how did you enjoy the lithium mine tour?
That was great. Yeah, we love seeing shit being blown up. So it was funny when we went through Northern Territory and they were coming up to their firecracker night, Guy Fawkes night, and we're not allowed to have that in Victoria anymore. And we noticed one of the shops was advertising everywhere on billboards, come and get your fireworks here, blow shit up. And so then it was quite good to go to the lithium mine and see some stuff being blown up. But apart from that, it was obviously it was very impressive size mine. You don't realise how big some of these things are when you're in Victoria, tiny little Victoria. Like some of the mines up further north as well. Yeah, so I really appreciate you getting me onto that trip, onto that little tour.
That's awesome. I mean, it was a really great gesture of the of Taliesin to actually open that tour basically for TOCWA members. That was a great thing they did, and you know, we feel very privileged that they did that. And the irony, of course, is that a lot of those cars, I think it was over 25 cars that attended. It's very likely, if not certain, that the lithium inside the batteries of those cars actually came from that mine.
Yeah.
Have you got a group photo, Harold, that you can put up?
That's what I was struggling to do. I thought I'd had it.
I think you saved it under the Rajneeshi Orange People section.
To my great regret, I just don't have it to hand. I know I did show it last time, but perhaps that was from Twitter. In fact, I'm now starting to think that it actually was. So I think that was a photo. Oh, or was it Facebook, Rob? It might have been Facebook.
Yes,
unfortunately.
Facebook. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm not going to have much chance of finding that in the next 3 seconds that I'm assigning myself, but I'll give it a red hot go. Just speak amongst yourselves if you like.
Or how about we mention that Peter Petrosky is organising the next lithium mine tour?
Oh, that's good to mention. I believe that we're setting up a GoFundMe page for Peter to actually raise enough money to get him out of his car and back into his house. And we're working on that now. So we're up to quite a bit of money already, but hopefully we can really push it over the edge and then get back into his room. That'll be great. So can't think of a more worthy cause myself.
I second that there, Jared. I think that...
Well, we've come up with some fundraising ideas. Nigel's going to get the screensaver backdrops. Nigel left. Sorry?
Patreon.
But yeah, Nigel left has got the famous backdrop looks. So
we'll be mentioning Patreon a little bit later. There's the...
there it is.
There it is there. And then I think if I go back one...
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And there's the explosion, which...
That's good. Here comes the...
You look out, Dad. Get away. Woo!
So there you go. Look at that. And Harold, I believe a few of the members are have stopped glowing at night, which is good. The elimination of some of the people.
They returned all their eggs back into the basket, so they'll be hatching later on. Having touched all that lithium, I'm sure their moods have been greatly enhanced, if not stabilised.
Oh, look, it's Elon Musk's son, Richie, I think it's from SpaceX. Is that right? Can you hear us, right, Richie, from coming from space?
Hey, you're probably wondering where our friend Richard Chapman is tonight.
Yeah, no, he's on holiday.
No, well, he left Fremantle this morning and he's just made it to Kalbarri. I just got a text message from him.
Oh, beautiful.
So it's been a long day.
That is a long day. That is a long day. But there is a Tesla charger there in Kalbarri, which is nice, which is very handy.
Absolutely. Now, I just got distracted on Facebook. Everyone loves a good dog photo. So this is
that's gold.
So for those who aren't aware, on the aircon, you can actually turn it on to leave the air conditioning on, but there's also a dog mode. And as you can see, it says my driver will be back soon. Don't worry, the air conditioner is on and it's 20 degrees.
Gold.
Let's go.
That's good.
I'm sure that dog is very happy.
Speaking of funny photos, Richard Chapman and I were both up north at the same time this week, just gone. And we must have been tired or something, but late at night we were texting each other ridiculous things. But he texted me that. I don't know if you can see it. Oh, my filter's going to knock it out.
The filter's in the way.
Hang on.
Turn his space filter off.
Hang on. I'll come back to that then. I'll come back to it.
What's that in the background, Rich? Is that the Enterprise or what's? Oh, okay, SpaceX. Okay,
that's the four non-astronauts that went into space.
Actually, you've got the Model 3, Richard, if I'm right, the Model 3 SpaceX.
Yes, that's right. Special edition, mate.
Yeah,
Special
limited edition. It came with a beach pack. Is that right? Yeah, that's the one.
That's right, mate. Yeah.
With the satellite gloves and the radiation suit.
That you don't. Shh.
Sorry. Shh. Yeah, lovely that SpaceX one.
So getting back to David in Victoria, how was your trip around? Did you go right around Australia?
Well, that was the intention, but as it turned out, we basically came from northeast Victoria, went into South Australia up the Stewart Highway, Ayers Rock, Uluru, well, same thing, Uluru, Kings Canyon, Arnhem Land and Darwin, and then across to Kununurra and then worked our way down to, well, as far as Albany and Fridgetown, as I believe it's called. And then we spent, it might have been 4 nights in Freo.
Yep.
And then last week headed home and all in a bit of a rush. We ended up going from Port Augusta to our house, a bit over 1,200 Ks on the last day,
Cool.
which is fairly easy when you've got a good supercharger network.
Indeed. I remember going from Perth to Carnarvon, that's 907 kilometres, all on AC charging, and that took 7 hours and 5 minutes of daytime charging. And yet from Canberra to Melbourne to Keith, that was 1,200 Ks and less than 2.5 hours in supercharging.
Yeah,
and that's the difference.
Yeah.
It's profound.
I've sent you the photo, Harold.
On
SMS.
Oh yes, thanks, Carmen. I did actually find it on. Thank you. I found it on Facebook, so I put that up just a few moments ago. But yeah, thanks for that. I'll keep that. That's awesome.
I look forward to in a couple of years' time be able to do the same trip, and WA will have put in their 50 kilowatt charging up the coast, and then I know Queensland's extending their 50 kilowatt charging across to Mount Isa.
Yes.
So it's going to be a fair bit easier to do some around Australia trips then, assuming COVID allows.
Absolutely, because the only thing missing then will be Camberwell, and hopefully that will come a bit later. But this is, as you can see here, this is the promised map, or this is one version of the map from Kununurra all the way to Esperance. Unfortunately, as you can see, what's missing is, or are the roadhouses on the way to Eucla. So that's a challenge to try and, for all of us to try and encourage the WA state government to indeed effectively put charges all the way around Western Australia. So then we can challenge the Crow Eaters to do their thing and go from Ceduna westwards towards Eucla.
Yeah.
And then you're right.
Why do you think, with such a extensive network of what was it, 35 charges or so, that they've left that part out?
I dare say it's just, well, I think it's basically because of traffic. I guess there's vastly more traffic going between Kalgoorlie and Esperance.
So we can't escape.
Than going from Norseman eastwards at this stage. But you only need about 3 charges between Norseman and including Eucla. And look, that would be it. You know, if we can all encourage the state government to put in a little bit extra money, and we're talking, it's a rounding error when it comes to an intersection or an overpass for a freeway. You know, they could easily close that gap, as too could the South Australian government. And then we could literally, and then in Northern Territory, it's not hard to basically get to Darwin and then down to Tennant Creek and then across to, well, effectively Camberwell. And then we could basically circumnavigate Australia the proper way, just like people do in petrol cars.
On Highway 1.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And Harold, that should be the role of government, to put charges in exactly where there is little traffic, because that's where it doesn't make it commercially viable.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's, you know, that's public infrastructure. That's exactly what our taxes should be used for.
Yeah, and that's the classic role of government is to step in when there's market failure or there's market absence, and to create the market. One of the roadhouses, I think it was Rob, which was the roadhouse on the Nullarbor. There's a plaque that says that this roadhouse was erected with funding from the Commonwealth of Australia, Baladonia, in the lead up to the 1962 Empire Games in Perth. So obviously 1962 aeroplane flights were rather expensive. They probably cost more than a car. So people had to drive from Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane to the Empire Games in Perth. So the federal government paid for Baladonia Roadhouse.
And it was only partly sealed then?
Absolutely. Oh, yes, very partly back in 62. In fact, I think in 69, in 70, when I was driven over, quite reluctantly as a baby, I think it was only barely sealed. So, yeah, but that's the classic role of government, to step in where it's required for the greater good. And really all this network has to be is a trail that's blazed between A and B. Once you get greater volumes of traffic, we won't have to worry about those stations being overrun and full, because private enterprise will step in and start making some cash out of it, which is what they do best.
Like Nigel's backdrops.
Yeah, there was a fair bit of cash dropped there, I do dare say.
Nigel was he there at the games in 1962? He would have been working there somewhere, wouldn't you, Nigel?
Just shut up, Jared.
It's BC though, isn't it, Nigel? It's before colour television.
Excuse me.
It was.
If you want to say it's not BC anymore, it's BCE.
Oh, BCE.
You've got to get the terminology correct.
Okay.
Is that
Coachy,
before-
I was just going to ask Coachy, as you're a Collingwood supporter, how much is it going to hurt that the grand finals in Perth and Melbourne are probably going to win it?
Well, personally, I think I'll be going for the Dogs in this, but as a Collingwood supporter, you never want Melbourne to win anything. They've won it too many times. I know the last time was about 1950, but that's too many times.
Yeah, but you see, they've got Max Gawn playing for them, and the headlines on Sunday will be "Gawn with the win."
You got too much free time, Nigel.
Way too much free time.
Actually, I haven't at the moment. I've been flat out in my retirement working.
You haven't got time to retire, you're still working.
No, I haven't. Not at the moment.
Well, I was born in Footscray, so I know which side I'll be going for. But
we're still having
go, David.
In Victoria, we've still got a public holiday on Friday for the grand final parade that we're not having. Having a parade. The grand
change that to, isn't there like a Mardi Gras on in Melbourne at the moment?
I was about to say, isn't Melbourne having parades every day?
Yeah, every day.
It's a Mardi Gras fashion thing.
Very brightly coloured, yellow and orange. Yeah.
Because I thought they might have been Collingwood supporters, because most of them were missing their teeth. I wasn't quite sure. I was just checking. So. But then,
So, these guys weren't in jail, so they're not Collingwood supporters.
Yeah, true.
But yeah, I mean, obviously, as excited as we are for the grand final to be here, it is obviously tinged with that sadness that Melbourne has to go through a seventh lockdown, and we feel for you guys. But I guess suffice to say that we're going to look after the grand final really well and do a great job.
Yes.
To that end, Jared, how's progress? You've seen more progress at the stadium?
Yeah, rehearsals yesterday. Not a lot today. Rehearsals tomorrow night. Tomorrow night's a big rehearsal night. And then Friday there's nothing. And then Saturday, that's when it kicks off, of course. But yeah,
Fantastic.
the rehearsals till, I think they're rehearsing till about 1 o'clock in the morning tomorrow night. So
Wow.
yeah, so if you're driving past there and you see everything flashing and going crazy, that's what's going on. So they're still programming in bits and pieces. It looks okay. It's from what I'm led to believe, it's coming across a bit thrown together. It's a bit of a, but because it's their, they're limited staff, they can only bring in so many people from Melbourne. I think they were capped at 70-something people from the AFL and then their production people that came across. So I'm led to believe it's pretty limited on numbers. So,
yeah, upset Eddie everywhere, didn't it? Not being
he couldn't get in, but yeah, it's not essential. So,
So I guess it goes without saying it'll be thrown together, well, like you say, because it's a short time frame. And I presume normally productions like this would be planned months and months in advance.
Yeah, they do, and they it's a little bit different because the entertainment that you're going to see in Perth is all Perth based, and it's just that's all you're going to see for the next 6 months. What you see at that football, there's nothing else coming through into Perth for 6 months. The 10 tenors are coming in 3 weeks' time, and they came in quarantine for 2 weeks, and they did that money because I think their shows sold out. They had to come back and do that. So, but apart from that, this is coming out of Brisbane or Hobart. Nothing's coming into this town, so it's pretty limited.
So I think the highlight for Perth at the moment is Birds of Tokyo.
Yeah, they've played a lot though. They've done at least 7 or 8 tours in Perth regionally and locally for ages. I mean, I was saying to someone the other day, the first international act that comes into Australia, into Perth, if it's Burt Bacharach and it's playing at the Burswood Casino on Sunday nights, it'll be sold out every night for 3 months because people are getting very sick of the Australian market at the moment. They want to look for something a bit more exciting than what's going on. So,
is he still alive?
No, I just use that as a
example. He's an avatar.
Only for Nigel, because Nigel's a big fan of Bert. They go way back in 1842, I think, wasn't it?
Oh, I thought Nigel delivered him, didn't he?
Nigel was assisting with the birth. He wasn't actually there with Bert. He just assisted. He cut the umbilical cord, I think. So that's pretty much it with Bert. So no, Nigel was a Gene Pitney man. I can tell now because I remember working with Gene Pitney about 20 years ago in Sydney, and I said, "What is she like?" And they looked at me like it's a bloke. And I went, "Oh, okay, there you go." But, Nigel, you remember Gene Pitney, wouldn't you?
I do.
Yeah,
I do.
Wasn't there
24 hours from Tulsa?
The man that shot Liberty Valance. There you go.
Wasn't the thing that if Whitney Houston had married Gene Pitney, she'd be Whitney Pitney?
Yeah, that was a thing. Yeah, correct. That's. We did champagne comedy already. Jesus. A bit early.
It is a bit early.
Can Richard still hear us? Richard, have you still got the satellite link up there with the station, mate? Over. Richie, can you come in, Richie? You there? Over.
What's that, Jared? Just
wondering if you could look down on Earth and see how Pete's going, and maybe you could make a donation to his GoFundMe page to get him out of the car. Yeah, he's obviously not using the new Starlink yet. So
right, can I ask a serious question, please?
Actually, no. Before you do, I'd just like to introduce Riz and Jeffer. I think they've come late to this party. So if you have, please say hello if you'd like to.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
How you going?
Hi, Riz. How you going? Tell us about your car.
Yeah. Oh, just we met Jared at Karanup, and he gave us a lot of information. We were renting a Tesla at that time with me and my family, and we were just learning about the car. So Jared gave a lot of information, so I thought I'll join this group tonight just to have a look. I've been watching your YouTube uploads.
Oh, really? I'm sorry.
Not while you're driving, I hope.
No, we ordered a Tesla straight after. So we ordered a long-range Model 3.
Right. You mean after watching the video?
Well, we've been eyeing out EVs for a while, and I was hoping some new EVs coming in, but then after research and just test driving it, there was no doubt we were just going to go for it's the best EV out there, software and hardware.
Yep, it
So,
sure
yeah,
is.
so
I'm
just
still
went for
very
this.
partial to the Nissan Leaf. As one of the short range cars to go just to the shops and back. I find that very compact.
Well, one of the great things about EVs is it's very convenient to charge. So, say when you're having a toilet break, you can charge while you're having a wee, for instance. So perhaps the Leaf is for someone who has a very small bladder, perhaps.
True.
You need to have regular comfort breaks.
Well, they are up to, I think it's 18 kilometres now. And that's the long range version on Nissan Leaf. So you can get the extended version at 22 kilometres, but they're not selling many of them at the moment. So.
I'd also like to welcome Jeffa.
Yeah, I lost you there. So I have a couple of questions just about the car itself. So I've got in touch with one of the guy, Ernie, I think his name is doing the wrap for me. So once we pick up the car, that's organised. And I had a feeling I read somewhere that there is a chrome car tint option. I've never heard of that before, but I've read it somewhere. It's talking about like a ceramic treatment for the windows. What is that? Does anyone know?
It's on the iPhone 13, the ceramic coating. It's very
Riz,
simple.
Have you had that?
What you're talking about, Riz, is there's a number of different tints for windows, and one of them is a ceramic-based tint. And the ceramic-based tint, allegedly, I've actually got it fitted on our car, and it does seem to be working. We're only starting to get some hot weather now, but essentially it's one of the better ones, better performing tints for rejecting heat.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we actually use Tintacar in Mandro. They have a UV lamp that you can feel the difference in the heat rejection on some of the different tints. So it might be worth having a bit of a nose, but ceramic tint seems to be a good product at the moment. We haven't had a full summer yet to test it, but at the moment it seems pretty good.
Okay, so is that like a ceramic liquid solution that they put on paint, or is just called ceramic?
No. So there's two things, and it's where it gets confusing. There's a ceramic paint treatment, which is a liquid that's spread on the paint, and that is essentially there to keep a nice finish on your paint and also to allow it to be easier to clean. It doesn't really protect your paint much from any damage like rock chips or sand damage. You will need PPF for that. But the ceramic tint is actually in the tint itself. It's part of the film makeup.
Okay, so thank you for that. I was just a little bit confused there, but that clarifies that. My second question, we have a dog and a child. Both are very messy. So in the back seats, I was just thinking of protecting of some sort. I've looked at some seat covers, but it's just putting the cover on such a beautiful seat seems to be a massive shame. So is there an option where you can just attach something and remove that someone's using that's working really well for them?
I think you can put the dog in the front, which is the front of the car. I think there's air that will go in there. You can stick him in there for a little while, I believe. But
Oh, Riz, I'm sorry about him. You've actually got a couple of options, mate. There's I'm pretty sure it's on Tesseries or one of those sites, but it's like a
Alibaba's got one, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think my one as well, but it's like a whole wrap that goes in the back seat, and it actually goes up, covers the back of the front seats, covers the back seat itself, and goes up the rear of the back seat, and actually protects your door cards to some extent as well if you've got a dog.
Yeah. The one on Tesseries, I only got it this week for my dog, and it goes all the way down the seat, across the seat and up the front seats, and then it's got two flaps on the side that cover the door as well, and it's brilliant.
The other thing as well, Nige, is that Riz might be interested in, if with kids, you can actually, the ceramic treatment I was telling you about, Riz, for paintwork, which is a liquid that you get applied to the paintwork. There's a similar product designed for interiors. You can actually get put on your the material for your seats. Essentially,
Yeah, that's the one I've got.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
The ceramic treatment for the seats is it's basically just an ultra hydrophobic layer that goes on there. So if you get any spills or dirt or whatever, it's just easy to clean off.
That's actually a really good thing, especially if your wife gets on the drink and you have to pick her up. You can just throw her in the back of that. It's just.
You speak for your own wife, Jared.
Just,
Do you know Lindsay?
Yeah, 100%. I'm just,
You know Lindsay quite well then, Jared.
and then you just hose it out. Just easy clean up. It's great.
The wife or the car?
That's a good looking puppy in the back there too. I like that.
So that website is Tessories, TESSORIES.com.au.
Is that
I took a
Australian?
screenshot, so I've got it.
How is that Australian website?
A what, sorry?
Australian? Isn't that
Yes,
Australian?
yes.
Sydney or something like that. Yes. That's right.
And there's also Teslas. So that is TESLOZ.com.au.
Yeah. That is not Australian, isn't it? Is that Australian?
Well, I don't know, to be honest, but they certainly deliver into Australia.
Okay.
So I actually don't know the answer to that question because I've never bought anything off them, to be honest. But everything's in Australian dollars, and I think freight.
I would say so because the website ends in .au.
Yeah, but
Yeah, but it can be registered. Yeah.
Exactly. Can be,
Definitely.
So-
Sorry, guys.
People
I
don't-
just overheard. Are you talking about Teslas?
Yes.
Teslas.
No, they definitely are. They're from Melbourne, and I've spoken to the owner of the website a couple of times. He's an Aussie.
Cool. So that's so Teslas or Tessories. They are two great Australian websites to order anything that you can think of for your cars. Now, I think, Riz, you did mention the ceramic coat. There is also ceramic coating for your paint as well. And I think, as Rich sort of described, it is like a hydrophobic coating. It's a bit like long-lasting turtle wax or something like that, except it lasts vastly longer and is better performing.
Yeah, I've got PPF ordered already. So now, if I go ceramic after, it will be only to have it quickly cleaned up, easy to clean. But I imagine PPF will, to an extent, make it easy to clean anyway.
You won't need to put any ceramic coating on the PPF. In fact, if you put ceramic coating on top of your self-healing PPF, you'll stop it working.
Okay, cool. Makes sense.
So,
Thank you.
You need to, it depends on what you're having done. So if you're having, we had the whole car done, but if you're getting like I think they call it a track pack with Ernie, which is the front, the bumper, the bonnet, the fenders, and
wing mirrors.
Wing mirrors, that's right. And then I think there's an option for the A-pillar as well up to the top of the windshield. But you can go all the way back. And my advice, if you're going to get the A-pillar done, I've seen a couple where they stop at the top of the windshield and you get a dirty line across that section there. So it isn't much more. I think it's another $50 or $100 to get those A-pillars done all the way to the rear, right to the boot. And that's worth it, in my opinion, if you're going to do that.
Now, in the chat, we had a previous question from Anand that was based around what to do with the glass roof as far as maybe tinting it or whatever for heat. Now, it is true that the glass roof gets extraordinarily hot when your car is parked and baking in the sun, although there is actually a mode you can apply to your car, which is cabin overheat protection, which restricts the heat of the cabin to 40 degrees, which is mainly a life-saving thing if you leave a pet or a kid in the car, which has happened in the past. But one good thing about the glass, and to be honest, the best roof would be, a metal or glass roof, which has got, half an inch of insulation and a velour liner or something that's much cooler than pure plate glass. but as soon as you start driving, the glass will quickly cool to the ambient air temperature, which obviously in Karratha can be easily 45 degrees. So you'll have this sort of 45-degree sheet of glass over your head. But you can actually get a, it's like a mesh sunshade type thing that sits inside your, inside the bottom of your glass roof. And that can sort of provide a little air gap and a little bit of buffering for any heat. But I mean, these cars are built in California. Well, they were designed in California, and they've got similar conditions as up north. And, you know, they're perfectly serviceable. But like I said, you will get that first bit of shock when you get into your car and it's really hot. But then having said that, of course, you can go into your Tesla app and turn the air conditioning on from anywhere in the world, as long as you've got internet. And you can also do it in your car. You can actually leave the aircon on. So when you go into the aircon system, you just press on the fan icon, and you can actually set your aircon to on, which it will keep on. So say if you're sort of ducking to the shops or something, you can just leave your aircon running while you're out. And also, as we saw earlier, you've got dog mode, which is, it's really the same function, but at least on the screen it says, you know, I'll be, you know, my owner will be back and I'm okay, and it's whatever degrees inside. Now, just as another pro tip for anyone that hasn't seen these cars before, or even if you have, one great thing you can do with the aircon is you can change the direction of the airflow. So you'll see over the driver, there's one sort of sheet of air, and here it's actually split. And you can actually change that from, you actually use a pinching, like on a smartphone, a pinching action on the screen. And you can actually adjust the airflow up and down, left and right, and sort of in one central location or split apart. And you can also do the same for the driver's side. And you can actually see the little bars there where you can vary the airflow. So that's just another good pro tip for anyone that hasn't seen the car before, or if you haven't sort of thoroughly explored all its features. That's another good little thing to keep in mind. And speaking of things to keep in mind that I sometimes forget on Ask Us Anything, is to remind everyone, except for you, Anand, because you're not connected to Synergy, but if you live anywhere where Synergy is your power provider, just Google Synergy EV tariff. So what that basically is regardless of any standard solar tariff you have, or if you've got a solar system with feed-in tariff, if you're on the basic L1 normal flat rate 29 cents per kilowatt hour electricity tariff, domestic tariff, and you have bought your car in your own name as opposed to a business name, you can then apply for the Synergy EV tariff, and from 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. your entire house gets a 30% discount on the power used in those hours. And that's obviously intended as a price signal to get EV owners to charge their cars on off-peak power. And for that, you get the benefit of a 30% discount with no other penalties or stings in the tail, except if you might have one of the old legacy time of use tariffs, which may be slightly more favorable than that. But yeah, definitely look up EV tariff, Synergy EV tariff, because it's basically a no-brainer for the vast majority of people.
Thanks, Harold.
What else? Anything else?
I've got a question about Autopilot, if you've got 2 minutes.
Yes.
So previously, we use Autopilot, or Lindsay uses Autopilot quite a bit to travel from Mandurah to Midland and back. Up until, I think we had a recent update a week ago, 2 weeks ago, which gave us the car wash mode and something else. The surround sound. update
Yeah.
or whatever it's called.
The immersive sound.
It's made no difference.
It probably never worked ever. I mean, there used to be 3 settings: off, standard, and extra or something, intense or whatever. And now you've got 5 settings: off, mostly off, standard, fairly standard, and intense, and then auto. And all the auto does is seems to default to standard. So someone got excited about that.
I digress a little bit, but essentially we had previously, and I might have just imagined this, but I'm sure this was how it was. When we were on autopilot, we don't have full self-drive. We've just got the autopilot with the performance model. If we were in a lane on the freeway in autopilot and then decided we wanted to change lanes, if we indicated, what would happen was autopilot would cancel and cruise control would remain active. At that point, we could change lane without having to grab control with the wheel. It would already have been, it would just be off and you can change lanes. And then you would just re-engage autopilot when you get in the lane that you want. What's happened recently, and I don't know why, is if we're in autopilot and we indicate, nothing happens. We have to then additionally cancel autopilot, then change lanes and re-engage it again. Is anyone aware of that change, whether it's because it's following a safety issue, or has anyone else noticed it? Is it just me?
I've noticed it too.
as well. What I do now is actually flick the stick up one click to kick it out of autopilot, which still keeps cruise on, and then change lanes. So it's kind of a right action and then a left action to change lanes. So
I'm wondering whether it came as a result of like I wonder if it came as a result of like a number of incidents perhaps where people indicate to change lanes, get into the new lane, and then just assume they're still in autopilot, and then they've lost control of the car because they're in control of the car. I'm wondering whether that's the issue.
I've not noticed that. I indicate the full indicator so it won't cancel, and then just either I've got my hand on the steering wheel or just jiggle the steering wheel, and it automatically changes lanes.
Yeah. So, well, if you jiggle, if it's still, that's still one of the necessities. The car must always hand you control. If you have an input or you intervene with any of the controls, it must hand you back control, which it does. So if we're in autopilot and then we turn using the steering wheel, it will cancel autopilot. But previously, Nigel, if you're in autopilot traveling straight down the freeway and I want to change lanes, if we just indicated, just the action of indicating would cancel autopilot and leave cruise on.
No,
nowadays that
Nigel,
I
it's
have
because you've
never.
got full self-drive.
I've got full self-drive.
Yeah, no, he's
that might be it
saying,
then.
saying without full self-drive. It's
I just indicate and then move the steering wheel ever so slightly so it doesn't take it out, and it will change lanes by itself. But
so Nigel, so what you're describing, Nigel's correct. It's just that Rich has not got full self-driving. But what's interesting,
I've got poor man's white and poor man's full self-drive.
Yeah, you got poverty pearl white, and
poverty autopilot.
Poverty
Oh, but you have performance though. We don't have a performance car.
But what's interesting is you said that you're in autopilot, and the action of just turning on the indicator clicks off cancels autopilot, and then you're to take over to do a lane change. That is something I've never heard of.
Yeah. Okay, so what I think it was just to simplify things, which is, and I guess that's part of one of Elon's ethoses, isn't it? The best process is no process, and that is if you have to indicate and cancel autopilot, he would do it in one action. So when you indicate, it would know that autopilot would need to be cancelled, and therefore it was cancelled. So you'd indicate it would cancel it. You would be able to change lanes smoothly without having that jiggly kind of I'm out of autopilot moment. And then when you're in your new lane, you would just re-engage autopilot. And I noticed the other day it was because if you intervene with the steering and you haven't turned off autopilot, it's it's not a smooth action. Let's just put it that way. And so I indicated, went to change lanes, and I almost had to wrestle the car to change lanes. Like, shit, it hasn't turned it off. So and then I was very aware of it and did it several times. It's exactly the same. So I'm assuming that the process has changed at Tesla. There's been a software update that hasn't been spoken of or what have you, but There's a definite difference.
Rich, did you use that just in where you tap your indicator up, or where you actually do a full turn?
I've done both.
indicator?
Yeah, so I've done both. And previously, either or worked. So you could either just do the 3 and just the little tap, and it would give you 3, but it would still knock out autopilot, and you could change lanes and away you go. Or you could do the full indicate, and it would do the same thing. And I've tried it with both options this way around, and either with both it's the same. But you have to now physically turn off autopilot to change lanes smoothly. And that's fine. You do get used to it. It was kind of like, oh, I thought I would have heard something about that, but I hadn't heard anything.
Well, I guess you look at the steps with Alex has got the same problem.
Yes, they've got the same issue.
And yeah, maybe it's a new mode that they've brought out called carjack mode, because you guys both live in Mandurah. And
I knew it was coming.
Supporter.
Oh, no, you'd been quiet for too long, Jared. It was.
No, I
coming,
can actually see a link between the Collingwood supporter and the 2 Mandurah guys, that there's a possibility. So really need to look at Rob and see if Rob's got the same problem.
So I think Rich, what it's doing now is what I would expect it to always have to have done, and I'm surprised to hear that it for at least a while. So you mean when you first got your car, it did that from day one?
From day one until about a week ago. Yeah, until about a week ago.
I'm exactly the same. Once I had the 3210 update, it stopped doing it.
Turned it off.
Well, that was clearly a bug, and they've now fixed it because it's safer. So now you consciously have to disengage autopilot either with your lever or your steering wheel. And you're right, Rich, it's a bit of a pain. There's no smooth way of doing it, because you need 2 kilos of force to disengage autopilot. And just that action will make you wiggle just a little bit. But it's vastly safer. And the biggest danger on autopilot is when people don't realise it's not engaged. And you lose that situational awareness. You've still got tack happening, and you're kind of a little bit distracted. And this has happened to me several times, where you start very slowly and gently drifting towards a curb. And at the very last moment, you'll go, oh, geez, I'm not where I should be. And so clearly there was a long-term bug, and they've now patched it, thankfully.
Just related to that same update, at the time that update came through, I've noticed after that, to pick up the speed limit rather than your current speed, when you push your stick down and you've got to hold it down. You used to have to hold it down for about half a second, maybe a little bit longer. After they put that update through, you're now going to hold it down much longer before it will pick up the speed limit. So I keep thinking I picked the speed limit and it's just gone to the current speed instead. So anybody else notice that? I don't know why they did that.
Yeah, I thought it was just me, so I'm glad that somebody else noticed that too.
Are you talking about? Are you talking about if you're on autopilot and you're travelling slower than the speed limit that's posted?
No, you're just driving along like a normal Bravo would, and you want to cruise. Forget the autopilot rubbish. I turn the auto steer thing off because that's really a pain. It keeps twitching the car around the place. No, so we just use it basically as cruise control, but to select it, if you just do a short click down, it'll pick your current speed. You hold it down, it'll pick to the speed limit, whichever it thinks it is at the moment, which is highly variable. The time delay required to do that, they've lengthened that quite a while. I don't know why. It used to be quite convenient. You just hold it down a short while and it will pick the speed limit good. But now you've got to hold it down quite a while.
It's about twice as long now with the holding it down to go up to the correct speed.
So you guys know about you just have to touch the speed limit symbol on the screen. You know that, right?
Yeah.
No, really?
You've got to reach out and think, oh, okay.
Yeah,
I've read that. I haven't tried it.
All you got to do is you literally just touch where it says whatever the speed limit is. If let's say you're doing 40 and you're in a 70, just touch the button that says 70 that's on the screen, and the car automatically comes up to that speed.
Yeah, but I'm listening to ABC and I'm sound asleep, so I'm leaning back like this, and I just I just touch it. Yeah.
The other problem talking about the whole speed limit thing. Coming off the road highway onto Kalamunda Road, it's a new junction, so it's a bit confused. So as you start coming off, it says 60, and then after a couple of seconds, it goes blank, no speed limit at all. then it says 40, and then it says 60 again and starts accelerating you to zoom through the junction. And as soon as you turn the corner of the junction, it says 70, and then it says 60 again, which is a bit confusing, but fortunately the car doesn't actually follow this. But sometimes one of the freeway junctions, once you come through the junction, the speed limit goes from 80 up to 100, and the car will then pick up automatically to the 100, even though you didn't dead end and do anything. But normally when the speed limit picks up, you've got to actually reselect to speed it up. So what's going on there?
The car's got different policies. In most places outside of built-up areas or major metropolitan areas, it will quite happily automatically reduce the speed limit down as it sees slower speeds, go through a town, and then also speed back up. As a policy, if you start slow, so say if you start at 60 and it comes to say a 70 or an 80, it won't automatically go up in speed, even though it otherwise normally would. You have to tell it to you do the push down for the couple of seconds to tell, or just set the speed. But in any places except for like Perth, basically, or Bunbury, I guess, or some major centres, if you've started fast, it will then quite nicely go down slower and then go back up to the original speed. And the clever thing is, say if you're on the highway and the speed limit, the posted speed limit is 110, but you've chosen to do 100 instead, it will happily go down in speed through the town. And when it gets back to the 110 sign, it will actually resume the speed that you were previously in that zone, such as 100. So it's even that clever. But frustratingly in Perth, it mostly doesn't do it. And then in some places, like for instance, I know the Manning Road off-ramp from the freeway, it, for some reason, well, it goes down to 60 or the speed limit's 60 and you're tootling along, and then it suddenly decides that actually, no, the speed limit's 100, and it actually revs you up to 100.
Yep.
As you go around the bend with the big concrete wall sort of alongside, wanting to go to 100. And of course, our cars are quite zippy, so they get to 100 fairly quickly. So you've got some anomalies, you know, and of course, one big anomaly is sometimes you might go through roadworks where there's a sign, a temporary sign that says, say, 40. And then there'll be a sign. Sometimes there's only a sign that says end of roadworks, in which case the car can't see that as a speed limit change. Or there is a speed limit change on a small sign, but the car misses it, and you can be doomed to be doing 40 or 60 k's an hour for the next several kilometres before it picks up another GPS speed limit coordinate, or it optically sees another sign. So sometimes it's worth just to do a U-turn and go back and go a bit slower. I went to Williams and
just flick it off with a flick off.
Or you have to disengage autopilot and just stay on TAC, traffic aware cruise control, which will allow you to go faster than it thinks the speed limit is, but you have to steer by yourself. Or you can stay on autopilot, which will steer for you, and then speed the car up using the accelerator. But of course, if you do that, then you'll lose automatic emergency braking as a feature.
They've got the new speed zone set in, so freeway southbound from Ocean Reef Road, and they've got the normal speed sign set at 80. And it's hilarious because you get to the speed sign that says 80, the car sees the speed sign because you can see it on the virtualization, changes to 80, and then within half a second, flicks back to 100.
Yes, because it's got the GPS speed as well in the mapping data. Yes.
My Listen Leaf does the same thing, but it just says stop recharge. I don't get that far yet, but the new model coming out, the Twig, it's got extended charging.
Twig.
It's coming.
Hey, Jared, you'll get a branch.
Yes, mate. I just want to say, Richard Chapman's online, a bit blurry. It's good to see he's moved out of the Karrinyup car park. He's looking a bit nicer where he's staying at the moment than the traditional Karrinyup car park. Richard Chapman, come on in.
He's just
there he is. Look at him.
I heard my name. What?
Hello, mate. He's been driving all day. He's eaten so much restaurant food.
Come off, guys.
So whereabouts are you?
There's,
You're in Calbarry.
Yes, we are. We literally just got here, and thankfully the restaurant kindly gave us some food because there's nothing after 8:30. Yeah.
Nice shorts, by the way, Richo.
Yeah.
Thanks, mate. Apparently everyone had a good old look.
We did. Nothing that we haven't seen on that German website before.
I don't know which one. Yeah, 11 hours it ended up taking us from South Rio with a combination of, just charging and just James cracking it, stopping for baby and, all various manner of things. But yeah.
What did you charge, Richard?
Actually went back to the original plan A, which was Durian 50 kilowatt, and thank you to the Tesla Owners Club of Western Australia for the 50 kilowatt charger in Geraldton. Because
we see that Richard, yes, we have a Richard Chapman who checked in on the 22nd of September.
We certainly do. So
good job, Richard.
That's good work. Well done.
Well done, mate.
Awesome charger that. So yeah, we got here with about 25% left, and that's just going to have to do till the morning and go and chuck it on there.
Hey, Richard, that charger in Calbarry. So as you probably know now that, the destination charges at the tourist park, but there's a local gentleman that lives in Calbarry with a white Model 3, and he often charges there. So if that's full, if he's there already, then only about 20 metres down the road is the AEVA 5-pin, 3-phase.
Yep, which we've got all the cables for. Thank you, Harold. Yeah, cool. Cheers, man. Sorry, I haven't said thank you yet. Thanks for giving them to Harold.
Yeah, no worries. No,
something that Rob said, texted me about saying, how did I keep focus for the last 150 Ks? With a lot of sheer will and determination. But we did have a very, very close encounter with one of our more hoppy friends. Thank you to Elon and the team for those nice, great big discs and brakes, because, that was
close.
Not close, but, closer than I'd like.
You still got your aero rims on, Rich?
Huh?
Still got the aero rims on?
Sorry, someone's making a bit of noise. Say that again.
That's all right. You still got the aero rims on?
Yes, actually, we do.
Good.
So we're probably getting, the car always says 400 Ks, but we're getting about 350. We've actually tried just putting it in percent now, and not focusing so much on the actual range, which it always lies about anyway. So, but it's DC chargers though. Oh, yeah.
And Richard, if you need anything else from Harold, you've got his credit card number, so accommodations are taken care of. It's just a part of the club. The club, offers the tyres and Harold's credit card. Anything else you need, just feel free. It's there.
No problem. But no, it was hopefully, it was hard on James, but I think hopefully if we plan it well, then we'll only do one big drive a day. So
yeah, exactly. I'm hearing you about the skippies. I had to go to Brookton for an unexpected trip on Monday, and on the way back, the skippies were. I didn't have time to download the dash cam footage.
Right.
But there were basically kangaroos on the left-hand side of the road, facing sideways with their head facing towards the center of the road, just begging to jump. And it's like, oh man. And they're like about 7 of them. And, and in my Model X, I'm sitting a bit higher, and a few of them were like, their eyes were at my eye, like we were eye to eye contact.
Yeah.
They were huge.
Harold, you need the burnt orange to Model X to they actually deflect the kangaroos away.
I think Damon, who watches us in half-hour lumps on YouTube, where he just goes to youtube.com and searches for Tokwa. That is absolutely. I think Damon was keeping that a bit of a secret, that it's the burnt orange that literally scares the ruse away. And yes, I guess I did wish I had burnt orange because, yes, I was almost burning my shorts seeing these roos, and they're sort of the colour of the side of the road, and it's like, wow, they're hard to see.
This one was actually sat right in the middle of the lane. She literally sat there on a bend.
Well, that's good. At least it means, you know, he didn't come out of nowhere. He was right there.
Yeah.
I think he works for the local panel beater. And he's employed by the local.
Interestingly, though, I did get a notification come up, and I'll take a photo of it tomorrow. So it said something along the lines of braking assist activated for low brake application, or something along those lines, which made me think, oh, well, I mean, it brought me up pretty quick.
I think that's quite a few cars do that. When it detects a rapid onset of braking, so you suddenly stab the brake, but not necessarily very hard, but you do it very quickly, it infers that there's an emergency. And often people our age, because we were always taught to
cadence braking,
don't lock up your fronts. You got to sort of like have the weight transfer and whatever. So we don't naturally stab the brake hard, but we might do it quite quickly because there's an urgent braking thing. What they do is they actually augment that deliberately, and the ABS system actually pumps the brakes harder than your foot is pushing.
Well, because that's interesting, and that actually completely ties in, because even though I saw it and I knew that, and I was on the brake, I knew that I didn't go as hard as I possibly could, because I knew that I would pull up in front of him. But it then brought me to a halt quicker than I would otherwise have been stamping on it. So that's spot on, man.
The machine is basically outthinking the human, going, no, you thought you were in trouble, so I'm going to help you with that. Yeah, absolutely.
We had an interesting with a Burswood drive the other night from Crown Towers to the Optus Stadium, and I don't know about anybody else, but I had people from Leinster, Dumbleyoung, Yalgoo, and one of the questions they were asking was, with the autopilot and the full self-drive, can it detect kangaroos? And I was like, well, not that I'm aware at the moment. However, if anyone was watching the Tesla AI Day a few weeks ago, there was a funny section where they showed through the visualization a moose crossing the road at the intersection. And I was like, okay. And then they started talking about the predictability and being able to start guessing human movement and all that sort of stuff. And I was like, there's no reason why when eventually the full FSD gets here, the more experiences people have with roos, they should be able to start to detect them and all that sort of stuff and move that forward. So it'll be interesting to see how the car begins to behave with those sort of interactions.
Yeah, it's going to be good.
Absolutely. I actually had one today with a gentleman on a push bike, basically pushing it across the road, across two lanes. And I was in the left-hand lane and he was sort of at the start of the right-hand lane. And I just didn't quite see him at the corner of my eye, but the car did, and did an emergency braking and freaked out. And I must download the footage, because it basically recognised a push bike without a rider on it, dismounting, pushing it along. So I think the car is getting a lot better at seeing threats of any sort, even if it's a generic object that's either hopping or moving or something.
So Lindsay's not going to want me to say this. So if you see her, I didn't say it.
This has been recorded.
This is being recorded, by the way. Which we could,
they play it back in prisons.
We could pause this, and then poor old Damon will go, but I've missed out. And I'll go, that's why, Damon, that you are sitting in your burnt orange Model X. You need to be watching us live so you can see what Richard is about to, the beans he's
clickbait.
So, Rich, shall I pause it for a moment? Is that
go for it? Because Lindsay might watch it otherwise.
Hang on 2 moments. Now, shout out to Damon. We'll be back soon with the magic of television. So, welcome back, Damon. You missed a hilarious little anecdote about Rich telling us about his
someone he knew.
It was wedding anniversary, wasn't it?
Someone I know.
It was something.
Someone I know.
It was something that you'll just have to come back next time and watch live. I'm very sorry. Go, Jeffa. You're talking about something.
Collision avoidance, effectively.
Oh yes,
So
yeah, go on. Yes.
There was a few videos I've watched now, and it was actually one of the reasons I became more interested in the car and the tech, where a driver's been driving on a highway, and again, this is in the States, where they've driven along and the car has done an abruptive left action with nothing in front of it, just a left action to get out of the way, supposedly it's something. The driver has thought the car's done something that it shouldn't have. They've then gone back on their footage, and their right side camera that goes backwards has actually seen a car come across all 3 lanes and about to have a collision with it, and it's actively moved out of the way and accelerated to avoid that accident. So I've seen 3 different videos now of different instances where that's occurred. So I would, Rich, I would not be surprised in the least if, that driving that you did.
Thanks, mate.
I still want to see the report.
Hey, Jeffa, I'll get you a beer, mate.
Yeah.
Poison?
Colin and water stick together.
I'll take you out of my unmarked limited edition SpaceX version Model 3.
So for those who are interested in any of these extra features, if you click onto the car symbol and then Autopilot, you can see that, and you scroll down twice, you can see there's emergency lane departure avoidance. So that's the one where if you sort of are drifting across a lane without the indicator on, it will bring you back. And then you've also got obviously automatic emergency braking. And another good one too is obstacle aware acceleration. So there are some great videos of people where they do the classic error of they're sort of parking slowly and they go to then put their foot on the brake, but they miss and put their foot on the accelerator instead. And of course your brain has that weirdness of, oh my God, I'm not slowing down. I'm actually going faster. I've got to push on the brake harder, except it's not the brake, and they crash into things and go into rivers and stuff. And there is actually footage where this was averted, where they were perpendicular to a river, slammed on the accelerator by mistake, and it just didn't do anything. It just stopped. So yeah, great features for some of those autopilot settings.
Howard, I've got a question. How do you choose which phone is the principal phone? So, like, I can't remember how to do it.
Yes, the driver's phone takes over. The driver's phone.
You can set a phone that's the principal.
Yes,
it's the Bluetooth tab.
So under
Bluetooth,
Bluetooth,
the Bluetooth, is it?
Under Bluetooth. So, and you use Bluetooth to lean your phone in.
Yeah.
Sorry, just going to come back on. Say night. See you all next week.
So, where will you be next week, Richard? Where are you coming from?
Who knows?
Oh, not the Carronite car park.
Somewhere bush. Excellent,
Somewhere
Rich
bush.
and Emma and James. Great to see you all 3. Happy and happy-ish, and safely in Kalbarri.
Yes, just.
Oh, thank you.
Take lots of photos and have a great time, you 3. It's an awesome.
We will.
trip.
Thanks all. 6-week road trip, day 1.
Fantastic, awesome.
Beautiful.
Cheers. See you next week.
See you all, guys. Take care.
Good job, Richo.
See you, Richard.
So back to the Bluetooth device. So when you select yourself, you can actually set yourself as a priority device.
Oh, that's the one. Yeah, I got it now.
And something else you should also do is sync contacts and messages, because what's really cool about that is when you go into calendar, if you've actually got an address that, say you've got an appointment and you've put the address for that appointment in your calendar, it will actually come up automatically in your car, and it'll automatically navigate to that address, presuming that it's within a 1 hour or half hour time bracket before the appointment. The car infers that that's where you want to go to next.
Harold, you know that that feature is great, except when you have shared calendars with your partner, and in the morning she's due to go to the gym, and I get in the car and it's trying to direct me to the gym, and I get really, really offended by what the car is trying to tell me.
Just go to the gym, Jeffa.
It's good for you. Exercise has been proven to be good for you.
Yeah, I've many times I've driven past the gym. It's good. It feels so great. You know? Just a little drive past you, really loosen up a little bit.
Look, Jared, you strike me as a man who has a gym membership, which is the best way to avoid that urge to go to the gym, is just get the membership and you'll never want to go ever again.
Absolutely, 100%. It's
worth every cent.
I wouldn't have a week without it, definitely.
Disheartens me to say that I am living evidence of that exact notion.
Yeah.
I even lived in a complex in Vic Park where we had a gym in the complex, and people used to say to me, "Do you use it?" And I was like, "I am." And they said, "What do you mean?" I was like, "When I walk past it, I see everybody else in there and I get tired by the time I've gone past."
That's why those TV renovation shows are so popular, because people get to vicariously renovate their houses without having to break a sweat.
We bought a treadmill about it's more than 10 years ago now. And the biggest exercise I got out of that treadmill was shifting it between houses. Bloody heavy thing, and loading it up on the bloody truck. That's by far the most exercise I ever got out of the bloody thing.
My mum's got the same thing, and it's a common joke. It's the most expensive laundry, airing machine that there is.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. 100%.
So, Pete, how's the share price going?
Oh, I don't have my phone on me.
Actually, before you say that, it's probably appropriate to have this little message.
The following segment is general in nature and shouldn't be taken as professional advice.
This is your
their own independent assessment from a qualified advisor and not rely on the general nature of information in this program.
Right, I think we need to play that. I think we need to play that, Harold.
We need
to play that. We need to play that prior to every time that Jared speaks.
I'm just waiting to get sued. 1-800, call me. I'm ready. Bring it on.
It's not high enough. 741.42.
I saw a tweet today from the same guy who was the man from The Big Short, who was like the actual person, not the actor, obviously. And he said, "I warned you before and you ignored me. Here it is again. It's about to happen."
Yeah.
So I today moved quite a large sum of money out of the market and back into cash, because, there's signs there, but it's not looking good in 2 months.
So from a novice's point of view, if I was about to drop some money into something, what would you... Are we talking like Starlink? Can we put money in there yet, or
no?
Tesla.
SpaceX
Tesla?
is a private company, so unless you're a wholesale investor, then it's you can't invest, unfortunately.
When that IPO comes out, though, it would, in my opinion, it will be worthwhile.
Yeah.
So Tesla?
Yeah, but
Apple?
it depends whether you want to drop now or if you want to wait for the crash and then get in when it crashes. A lot of people get weary when the crash happens, and I'm like, no, crashes in a market sense, the best things for you, because that's when you buy.
Yeah, well, it's no different to when you go to Woolies. Do you want to buy your bananas when they're expensive or when they're on sale? Yeah. So when the market crashes, that's when stocks are on sale.
So are we expecting a bit of a crash shortly?
Depends who you ask, but there's evidence there.
Who knows? I don't think, my personal opinion, for whatever it's worth, is that we won't have any significant crash between now and the next 4 or 5 years. So by significant, I mean, the likes of the GFC and, .com bubble and that sort of thing.
And you think the launch of, over the next 5 years, the launch of the models that are a little bit overdue, let's put it that way, you think when they hit the market that we'll see a significant bump in the share price, especially when the semi goes live and starts to affect commercial sales?
So the way stock markets work is good investing is about being able to anticipate the anticipations of others. So what you're essentially doing is a lot of the news gets built into the share price, and when the news actually comes out, more often than not, the share price will drop on the announcement, and people scratch their heads and say,
look, it was a great announcement. How come the share price dropped? Well, maybe, if you bought it for that announcement, once it's happened, well, that's time for you to get out. Hence when the selling begins. And sometimes it's, if the announcement was not as good as was expected, so more was factored into the share price than what actually eventuated, then there's, good cause to sell down the stock. But look, I think the catalysts will be full self-driving. That will be massive. So once that comes to fruition, and look, that will happen in stages, with every. So we're probably only a few days perhaps away from the V10 FSD rollout for the button in the US. I think they're already started testing FSD in Canada. So maybe other jurisdictions like ours, maybe next year sometime. But I think that will be, once people realise just how far ahead Tesla is and how big this opportunity is, and the fact that they'll essentially have monopoly type returns for the first few years. The other thing also, so Q3 results are coming out. In Q2, Tesla was highly profitable without selling a single unit of their most profitable, most highest margin products, so the S and the X. So we've had some Model S sales now in this quarter, so that should help. And Q3 is usually a bumper quarter for Tesla and for automakers in the US generally. So,
is that Tesla been hindered by the chip side of things? Has that slowed the Model 3 down at all? Or?
Yes, but not as much as the rest of the market. So Elon mentioned on the last earnings call that there were 17 different chips that they had to redesign software for. So one of Tesla's advantages is they're so nimble and they can respond so quickly to, black swan events in the market, such as the chip shortage. So, can you imagine GM or Ford or what have you, if their chip is out of order, well, it's out of order. We just can't produce cars. But, Tesla goes and they buy any chip get on the market and just redesign the software for it and integrate it into the car within weeks.
The chip shortage for companies like Ford and Toyota was also a making of their own. When COVID first hit, Ford Motor Group actually cancelled a whole heap of their chipset orders based on their thought process that orders would fall through the floor. And as such, they've now shut, as far as I'm aware, 6 different factories across the globe as a result of not being able to get those orders back in time, because other slots of probably companies like Tesla have filled their slots.
And further to exacerbate that, Tesla is the only company that really builds cars in the way that you'd imagine, which is you make all the components and you put them together and you build the car. They're completely vertically integrated, whereas most other car manufacturers are really simply component assemblers where they buy outsourced components and subsystems. And a lot of those tier 1 suppliers, they use tried and trusted circuitry and modules that haven't changed, some of them in many, many years. And the big chip fabricators such as Wavecom and others have actually bemoaned the fact that it doesn't make a lot of sense for them to continue to build new fab plants for old chips, which are inefficiently made. They're using die features or transistor features that are quite large and out of date these days and nowhere near as efficient as the modern processors. But of course, that requires those component, those tier 1 suppliers to effectively do what they don't want to do, and that is to regenerate their products and refresh them with the new circuitry that's more efficient, cheaper, and better. And I think it was the GM manager that bemoaned the fact that you might not be able to sell a $50,000 car for want of a 50-cent chip. But the point is they can't be bothered, because they've put in their one-off design cost, and now they just want to milk that and turn the wheel and just keep producing the same thing over and over. and it's at odds with the way technology marches on. So Tesla, on the other hand, as Pete's described, in fact, they do differently. They don't buy application-specific integrated circuits, ASICs. They buy general processors, microcontrollers, that they do all the programming themselves. So they're far more adaptable. And in a crisis, and these crises have happened several times over in the last few decades. You know, from the Kobe earthquake back in the early 90s, where chips were in great shortage because one of the world's biggest, it's a plastic encapsulation that they used to encapsulate the chips. That plant burnt down and was destroyed in the earthquake. These cycles have happened so many times, and Tesla is eminently able to push through it because they're fast acting, you know.
I'm going to have to be rude. I'm going to go and pick up my eldest from cadets, but I'll be back if you're still on. I'll be back.
Yeah, awesome.
We'll wait up for you, Richard. We'll have the
If
light
you don't
on.
mind, that'll be great.
Richard, is that from the other capsule, or you just going to the main capsule?
Yeah, ISS, yes.
I'm just going to go and launch a booster, and I'll be back.
All right, cool. Yeah, right.
You do that. We'll be here. We'll be waiting for you specifically.
Thanks, guys. See you in a bit.
See ya.
Actually, another thing that I've noticed with the Tesla share price just over the last week or so is it seems to be showing fairly good strength vis-a-vis the rest of the market. So, and I'm just sort of thinking out loud here. I think it's because, and usually when that happens, it's institutions buying. So institutions, when they buy, they usually don't push the price up. But what they do is on a down day when the market as a whole is negative and when retail is selling, they'll just sit there and just soak up the excess supply. And even last night, the market, and even on Monday, Tesla was down about over 4%. The Nasdaq was down about 2.5%. But Tesla was down in line with the other automakers, and usually it's more volatile than the rest of them. So, it's an interesting time in Tesla's history in that it's probably, I haven't followed it for that long, but I can't think of another time when most analysts had a buy rating on the stock and the target price was significantly above where the price is, significantly above the prevailing market price at the time. So, I just think there's a lot of institutions that are slowly soaking it up.
There's an estimated buy price on it at the moment over the next 12 months at 1,248.
Well, if you look at it, Brandenburg, or the Berlin/Brandenburg Gigafactory is good for 500,000 cars at full production. And Texas is good for 500,000 cars. And,
and Fremont as well.
Well, Fremont is 500,000, and Shanghai is basically 500,000. So there are two factories that are approaching completion in the next 6 months who have the ability to double Tesla's production.
And the thing is, they'll actually have to come online because the demand is there. Tesla will produce probably 900 to 1 million cars this year. And next year, probably closer to 1.5 to 2 million cars. So
all of Tesla's production in the States is sold out.
Yeah.
I know they're trying to get their delivery rate down to 2.4 seconds. So they're working hard on that one. So at the moment, it's about 15 minutes, but they'll cut it. They're going to push, so.
Well, yeah, exactly. Although you always got to trust humans to work out a way. The people in Aussie Park have worked out how to extend the delivery process, and that's to get you to book a test drive of a car you've never driven before and are about to receive for the first time just prior to delivery. So then at least a salesman can sit in the car with you and explain everything and not chew up the key performance indicator of delivery time. which yes,
That's good.
Jared ought to be approaching 2.4 seconds, possibly
Absolutely.
2.1 on a Plaid Plus or Plaid delivery.
They're not actually going to have the red ribbon anymore. It's just going to be projected on the car and then turned off. So
what's this red ribbon business?
That was earlier with the dancing girls on the ribbon, but they've cut that now. That's
actually
projected on the car, and it's not.
Jeff was not happy.
Jared, you got it wrong. Sorry, it's a blue ribbon, but because it's fading away from you so quickly, nearly at the speed of light, the light waves stretch out and they get red shifted, so it looks like a red ribbon.
Yeah,
that's going away as the car's going away from you.
Yeah.
Or should I say the salesperson going away from you to the next customer?
I'll give them credit where I had a lot of people saying to me that the handover for them was about 5 minutes. I actually had one of the guys who was relatively new, he'd only been there 30 days. And he sat me down for a good probably 25 minutes and actually went through everything with me. So I was pretty impressed with that.
That was his first day. He's been fired. He's gone now. Moved him on. You won't ever see him again. He's gone. Out the door. Too slow.
Oh, dear. God.
There you go. So you're in Melbourne, Jeff, right now?
No, mate, I'm in Brabham, so Whiteman Park.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah, so picked up on the 6th of September.
Wow, there you go.
Fantastic. And how are you finding it?
Oh, dream. It's the envy of everyone at work as well. I think on average I do 2 demo drives a day, if you like. With different
is that all? You've got to pump up your figures there, Jeff.
Apparently I have to actually work as well, which
that thing, yeah.
Actually, this is a good segue, Harold, for showing the reactions of Pete's drivers.
Oh, that was gold. I enjoyed that.
Pete's passengers, there's a good segue here to show you the relaxing moment they enjoy Pete's driving.
Was that the Synergy guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a classic, that one.
I'll show you one now, and then I'll show you a different version in a moment. Unfortunately,
do we need to pause these, or do we need?
It's such a good thing, though, Pete, because so many people think that the battery cars are slow and that they lag, and when they get in there and you do what you did, and I've done it many times, it certainly changes everyone's attitude straight away.
I legitimately had a lady the other night from the Burswood to the Crown thing or whatever it was. She legitimately asked me at night time, do I take the battery out and plug it in with a mobile phone charger? And I thought at first she was being silly, but the look on her face, she was dead serious. And I was like, oh, no, this is a very big battery. We don't do that.
Yeah, there's a lot of myths out there.
It only weighs about 600 kilo, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, well, one thing the car tells me to go to the gym. I mean, now I just might pick the battery up out of it and get some guns going.
It's a full workout, that's for sure.
Here we go. Hopefully this is not going to bite me.
This could be like a Raw show promo.
A bad idea, actually.
This is it.
Ready?
Oh,
you don't have a Sonic or anything? No?
Oh, it's so gold.
Anything?
And Pete, is your car the performance or just the long range?
Performance. Oh, Harold, stop it.
It's great.
Performance.
Nice.
This is a part of why we're doing a GoFundMe page for Pete here back in the house. We mentioned earlier. You were there, but it's definitely a part of the GoFundMe page.
Actually, we've got a good voiceover.
Please support Topwa by logging into Patreon/Topwa.
There we go.
Oh, very nice. Harold, you're getting much more professional. It's scary.
Doesn't sound like Nigel.
Improvement from one episode to the next.
I've actually invested in a digital voiceover software so that we can type anything in, and we can even put, Jared is a top bloke. This computer will say anything.
He won't even need prompting for that. He'll just say it out straight up.
Honesty's not a thing of it. So okay, it's got no integrity. It's just straight to the truth.
Oh dear.
Oh, there you go.
But
how are you, Carmen? I haven't seen you for a while. Carmen?
Oh, hello.
It's good to see you. How are you?
Yeah, very good.
Is any,
Hey, on
any
my app,
choice?
I've just got the self-drive available.
yes, $10,100.
Yes.
What a
Just hold
bargain.
off, Carmen. Hold off.
So if you want to buy it, don't do it right now. Let me come over to your place with my phone so I can record the process, because it's really
Okay.
cool. Are you looking at? Are you gonna buy it, Carmen?
No.
Oh,
good work, Carmen. Although
Not at the moment.
Carmen, the club do have a credit card, Harold's.
It's not just the club; everyone's got it.
Everyone's got Harold's credit card. So
4509.
He loves that, so no problem.
I've actually got guys at work who are daring me on a daily basis. And I'm not very good when it comes to dares. I tend to do pretty much anything I'm dared to do. So every day I sit there on the app and I'm looking at it, and I got the bloke next to me going, go on, do it. And it's going to get real close real soon. I'm very, very tempted.
Oh, yeah, I'm the same, but I'm just going to wait till the new upgrade comes out. I'm actually thinking about doing the subscription, Pete. When they're going to do that.
Yeah, well, it's in the US at $200 US a month already.
So do you think it'll be 200 Australian? Since
no, 300 probably.
No,
300, I'd say.
No,
but interestingly, the FSD Beta version 10 is going to be available to the subscribers as well as those that bought it outright, which is interesting. So you're going to get a button, and pressing that FSD Beta request button gives Tesla permission to log in to get your car logs for the next week to determine if you're a safe driver. And if you pass, then after a week, you get FSD Beta version 10.
When you say safe driver, you mean like convicted of something? Actually convicted, not anything else, convicted, right? Okay.
No, heating curbs and things, I think.
Falling asleep and stuff.
But Carmen, those curbs jump out over in that section of the world.
Yes.
It's actually a known fact that when you read through the transcripts of all the insurance claims, there are often statements made such as, I had to swerve several times before I hit it.
It's like a heat-seeking missile.
Yes.
I don't recall that one.
Yes. So, but yeah, Pete's right. But I disagree on the price. If they offer a subscription service before the FSD Beta button turns up, it's likely to be 200 Australian, because full self-driving in the States is roughly 10,000 US, whereas in Australia it's 10,100 Australian. And there's that differential because, well, there is no full self-driving beta in Australia, so I presume they've decided to keep the FSD price a bit less relatively to the States. So then it would make sense that if it's 10,000 US in the States and 200 US per month, and it's 10,000 Australian here, it would be 200 Australian for the subscription.
I do wish we had a bit more of a roadmap for Australia. I know it's hard because we're technically such a tiny market for them, but it would, from my aspect as both an investor and somebody who wants to tech, it would help me in making my decision and not being dead so much and feeling peer pressured.
Okay, so one great thing is, look, if you just drop the $10,100, your wallet would be, or your credit card will be lighter by that amount. And you would then have to pay no more else, regardless of what happened in the future, to get full self-driving when that was available. So that would include them having to upgrade the hardware once or twice, or however many times is required. That's a locked-in price. One good thing is, you may think, well, maybe I should buy it because the price will go up, and it will, because in the States it's actually already 30% dearer than it is here. So the price will go up. But one great thing is, the price will not go up while you're sleeping, and it won't. You'll never get to a point where it was too late. You'll get at least 2 or 3 days warning of an impending price rise, and you'll have a window of opportunity to decide then do you spring for it, and lock in that price, that cheaper price, or do you just sit back, depending on how old your car is at that time, and go, well, maybe I'll just rent it, just pay the $200 or $300 a month.
What's the I know I've seen a few people who buy it online from Australia, and apparently there's a refund option for a period of time. What's that period? Is it 48 hours?
A cooling off period, Harold. Is there a cooling off period?
Yeah.
Like insurance companies, you've got 30 days.
I think there is.
Yeah.
I think it has to be. It's law, I think, Pete.
Is it 30 days?
I don't think it's 30 though. I think it's less than that. I think it's a lot less.
It might be 14 days or 7 days. I'm sure it's law that you have to have a cooling
Well,
off period.
someone should advise the red book prices, because I've been shopping around for insurance, and they're only valuing it at $53,000.
Yeah.
So considering I paid 81.
Insurance companies work in strange ways, Carmen, very strange.
Well, I found one that would give me new. I insisted that I would be happy to pay, provided if I had an accident, they would replace it with the same model as I have brand new.
And that was RAC?
No, RAC is too expensive. They're $1,700. I've got it for
$1,700. I've got RAC, and I think I paid like $850. Sorry, $1,100 I paid.
Yeah, but Carmen doesn't live in Mandurah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, true. Yeah, sorry. Well, Mandurah, I think the insurance in Mandurah is $20,000, and to insure in Mandurah.
That's the only reason I haven't got full self-drivers, because I had to have insurance instead.
That's right. I mean, Jaff will know that as well, because he's a Collingwood supporter, so he'd be at least $30,000 to insure his car, because if Collingwood isn't playing the night, the rates go up that night. So because people are free and got time to borrow cars.
Sorry, Carmen, we're listening to you. Carry on.
Okay. Well, I ended up insuring it with Auto General Services, which is that budget price that somebody gave us on last week or the week before.
Oh, Budget Direct. Yeah.
Budget Direct, and including a hire car for 2 weeks, it costs $1,015.
Yeah.
But also it they have a roadside assist. But when I check the contract, they give you free petrol. They give you.
Is that to in the car? Is that to finish it off if it's not sufficiently damaged?
That could be a problem.
They also will exchange the battery. And
which one? The big one.
Yeah. So I said, look, guys, you're not ready for the EVs yet. I just take it off.
Yeah.
Yes.
I did the same thing.
Unless it's a big battery, and that would be worth it. That would be really worth it.
Carmen, your second language, is that Russian? Is that why the company you're dealing with, they're a Russian-based organisation?
Are they?
I'm not sure. Yeah, they sound. How much was it?
1,000, and well, it'll come down to about 980 without the roads assist.
Oh, that's pretty good.
What kind of excess was that, Carmen?
1750 with RAC, and I had a long chat with them, and they just don't want to know, but they all quote the red book price as 56,000 with RAC, and I said, well, I want my car replaced. This company will only do it if it's under 2 years old. They'll give you a new.
Yeah,
that's normal.
And I said, but I don't want a Chinese one. I want a Californian one. And they said they will replace exactly the same car I now have if it's under 2 years.
Well, they can't.
Your car is Chinese
because they don't export them to Australia. They'll have to take a ship to Fremont and bring it back exclusively for you. And actually, while they're on their way here, they'll have to change the steering wheel from one side to the other.
Oh, really? So
No.
none are made at all anymore?
No, not Model 3.
Not right now.
Carmen, I think your car is made in China.
No.
Didn't you get
California?
You sure?
Yes.
Okay, I thought you were in the Model 3.
Was one of the last. It was one of the last brought over on the ship.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so Carmen will have the Model 3 that's got all of the fit and finish is all wonky because it's not quite lining up properly. Whereas the Chinese ones are dead on. Like.
Yeah. Well, I have to say that the seals aren't lining up very well, but I'm leaving it a bit late to go and see Harry.
No. Richie had a few issues. He went and saw Harry. He got it sorted out.
Okay, I might have to drive over this week.
No. Wait until the 1st of October.
Yeah, but it's too late. My 12 months are up on the 30th of September.
Yeah, but there's still got a duty.
No, okay, in that case, send him an email. Send him an email or a text. Actually, you don't have to see Harry. Just go and see service. See Adam at service.
Okay.
So and you can actually, what you can do what you should do is on your phone, just on the app, on your Tesla app.
Yes.
Book a service.
Yes.
And go other, and just describe your issue. And you can take photos if it's easy to see. Just take a photo, and you can upload the photo to the app.
Yeah.
And then just book it in. It doesn't matter when they actually see the car. At least you've registered your issue.
Yeah, great idea.
Yeah.
I'm going to do that because a few things don't line up, but the app has changed recently.
Yes.
And it's a bit different. Yeah.
So Carmen, the insurance company, they give you a bottle of vodka? Just trying to sort of work out.
Well, I don't know yet. This only happened the last 2 days, and I'm double checking every clause.
Yeah, I would definitely.
I don't know what's happened with RAC there because they've been getting huge business through the Tesla.
Yeah, I went with RAC in my house and contents, my work, everything else is insured.
Well, I have my house and contents with them as well.
No, I've got HDIO.
I think I know the reason why with the house because they're very difficult to deal with and they've got extremely expensive.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're looking to get out of insurance with the car because mine's due the same day as Carmen's.
Yeah.
And they're buggers to deal with lately. And you ring them up and they don't even want to talk to you.
This is RAC.
They're very expensive. They're getting expensive. Although I did get a price from it was meant to be RAC, but it was one of their other divisions. It was $3,008 from them.
Yeah, well, SGIO wanted $4,500 for me to insure the car with them.
You can buy another car for $4,500.
Well, my first response was, "Are you guys in the methadone program? Because if you're not, you need to get on it because you're certainly out of this world." But RAC were good. RAC I thought were really competitive. And
I think I know why the prices.
Because I criticised their electric highway.
But I think I know why the prices at RAC are going up. So when they insured the cars initially, they were obviously estimating a certain cost to repair the cars. Apparently RAC complained directly to Tesla about them having to break up the oligopoly that we've got in panel beaters in Perth because the prices that they were getting were just ridiculous. So there has that Bowra.
How is that the new one that you've got? Is it Bowra?
Yeah, so that's a new one.
Yeah.
And I know of at least one, and I think there's another one too that are coming online. So there's one that's being certified as we speak to be a Tesla certified repairer.
Well, they told me it was just a new sales team and they've gone about it differently.
Oh, yeah, you just got to go back to them and say, this is just not good enough. You just don't take.
I did. I've spoken to several, and one lady, I said, look, there's something not quite right here because we're all being given different prices.
Yeah.
And she said that originally they have had a few repairs, and because Tesla, when their body parts have to be painted or fixed, they have to disable all the electronics, and it's far too expensive.
They have to what? Sorry, Carmen?
Disable all the sensors.
Oh, disable the electronics. Okay.
Yeah.
It's funny
That depends
because-
what part of the car you're actually painting. It's not true for the whole car.
But the thing is, that's actually really simple. All of our cars, if you open your bonnet, I don't know, the side on where this loop is changes between the different models. But there's like a little sticker, well, a little tab that
Passenger.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it depends. On mine, it's the driver's side, but it's got like a little thing with it's in orange.
Yes.
There's a sticker in the car.
mine's
as
on the
well.
left.
And you take that trim. You can take that trim off and lift it off, and there's like a cut loop. And they do that so that firemen or fire people can. They like to cut things, and it's a permanent sort of disablement. So they cut like a little notch out of this little loop. But actually, the loop is attached to a little plug, and you can just unplug it. So a panel beater simply, and Tesla do this when they service a car or do certain things, is when they unplug that loop, it literally isolates
the battery pack,
the high voltage, the battery pack from the rest of the car.
Okay.
So for instance, if you want to change your 12-volt battery, replace it, because it eventually wears, you simply cut that loop, take the loop out. That disables the battery pack. So yes, there's voltage inside the pack itself, but the pack has no voltage connection coming out of it once that loop is pulled out.
Can't transfer.
Yeah. So I think what the insurance company may have been saying, they may be misinformed, because that cost is zero.
Well, I'm sure they're not. The people that give the quotes do not understand many of the features of the cars. They really don't know what they're doing. So I think they're just adding on extra in case.
And I think there might have been a bit of data. The one problem is, I think, as Pete alluded to, and look, I think this is occurring in many modern cars as well. A lot of cars these days, for what looks like fairly minor damage, the cars are just routinely written off. I met a nephew of a lady who had one of the first Mercedes EQCs, I think it was, and that was written off within 2 weeks. And she just had it wasn't her fault, but she had a side impact, and they basically wrote the car off. Now, on previous generation cars, you would have just repaired them.
There
But
is
these days
obligations, though, also to certain pillars, for example. If they are damaged, they class them as repairable write-offs or irreparable write-offs, and that's what's happening more and more lately. I was speaking because we used to operate chauffeur. We had a few different accidents, and where the insurance company would write them off so quickly, and be like, "Why?" And he goes, "Rear-ended. They bent the A-frame. That's it. Game over." It's cheaper for them to just do that way, because as we all know, the first thing a repairer will say to you is this through insurance, or are you doing this cash? And the moment you say insurance, ching, 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 she skyrockets.
Yeah.
And that's if they're writing off the cars willy-nilly. That's a real risk for us, for those people that have got FSD, because if you've paid the 10,100 and the car gets written off, you've just lost your 10,100. So you'll have to pay that amount again on your new car.
Can you get your car insured with the FSD? So obviously, can you up your agreed value from 78, for example, as we just saw, to 88?
They won't take any agreed value. I tried.
No, that's what I've been trying to say. I'm not loud enough to shout up. I've just renewed mine. I spoke to RSE and I explained how we've got FSD and the price they've got of the car at what you said, Cameron, like 55k. I said it's not that. You can go onto Tesla.com and order it here. You can see what the price is, and it's not that price. And they said, "Oh, well, that's the price that we have to give."
Best thing to say, Joe, is if you can find one for 55k.
No, I said
I'll line up 10 people that will buy one from you right now.
I actually offered to buy it because I know I can sell mine for more. I've already had a request. If I want to sell it, they would buy it off me. And I said, I will buy one right now and insure both of them.
Yeah.
And they just said, They just said that it's the Red Book price, and they have to tick boxes, and that's all they can do.
Yeah, but you see, this person, she said, right, I'll go and speak to my manager, whoever. She came back and she has managed to, they've increased the price. My policy, I just opened it, my policy says that it's insured for 77,600, which is a 67,000 car with the 10,000 FSD on it. I had to pay an extra $168, so my premium's 1,700. So it is a high premium, but it's also because of where I live.
Well, it's still cheaper than mine.
But but it does. All we wanted was for the car to be insured for the agreed value.
Yep.
Because I couldn't do it online because the slider doesn't go up enough.
No.
So I did it over the phone, and it took a lot of talking and going to their manager, but they managed to get the agreed value written on the policy for that.
Harold, there was at some stage it was mentioned that Tesla were going to have their own insurance coming out. Is that right?
Yes, but it's not
only in the US so far.
That actually they did do an offering with
Pepper money.
Oh no, I wanted to say Pepper, but it wasn't Pepper. It was someone else. There was
salt.
There was a it was almost like MSG or something. There was an offering. Look, when I bought my car back when dinosaurs roamed, there was Marsh Advantage was a Tesla endorsed insurance product, and it was horrendously expensive. It was something like $3,000 or something. And I sadly admit that I got sucked into doing that because they claimed it was all Tesla are awesome and whatever. And then of course the next year I went, well, that's just insane. I got an RAC and it was much cheaper. But they did have another offering some months ago that was fairly controversial, and it was pretty expensive in WA standards. I think compared to over East, it was again high twos or mid twos or something like that. But I think that's all sort of died away. You know, like we've never had, I don't think any of us have received an email spruiking the new Tesla insurance. And that's not Tesla's insurance, that's just a conjunctional with a private company. But Tesla have got their own insurance in California and possibly, is it one or two other states, Pete, maybe, or maybe it's just California at the moment?
No, there's California, and I know there's another state where
okay, yeah, cool, yeah. So
I can't remember which one.
And that's actually, I don't think it's Tesla insuring it themselves. I think they've got a underwriter, but they're doing it on the basis of collecting detailed telematics from the car to determine your driving style. And in fact, your insurance rating with Tesla alters by the way you use the car. So if you're using a lot of Autopilot, well, then you've got top marks because Tesla know how Autopilot works. And I think you get it monthly, and the premium can sort of alter monthly according to your driving style. But there's no sign of that yet in the rest of the world. But presumably it will come.
Jared and I just started an EV insurance company.
Yeah, exactly. We specialise in it. It's running out of our Belgian section. Is that right? We're going to set up near Burswood. We had there's a laundry there.
A headquarters in Mandurah, actually. I think we've got headquarters there.
Yeah, definitely. That's our international area, Mandurah.
I'm going to I'll jump in here for a sec, guys. The RAC insurance, when I did the quote just before online, did not ask me about any extras, right? I've just jumped on a Qantas, so I actually went with, because I'm just love frequent fly points and being able to fly nowhere. Their insurance quote actually asked me if I had full self-drive. So what I'm going to do tomorrow is I'm going to call them and say, give me the T's and C's to this, because if you do new for old on the 2-year and I've checked, yes, I've got full self-drive, does that mean you are applying that to my new vehicle, which is an extra 10 grand? And I'll be very, very curious to see what they come back with.
Yes.
Oh, you mean if you haven't got it, but you've ticked that you have, or you say that you want to be insured for it?
Yeah, well, regardless, even if you do or don't, because if you've ticked it to say you've got it, regardless whether you do or don't, because it's a fiscal value, right? So you should be able to be covered for it in the event that the car's written off, you get a new one within the 2 years. They should have to honour that.
or they'll be clever, and they'll say, well, you misled us. We actually asked you that because the FSD is actually safer to drive. Because, for instance, one of the few things you get extra is it will automatically stop at traffic lights, at red traffic lights, and stop signs and give way signs and roundabouts.
Does it actually do that for roundabouts and give way?
Yes.
Because my car doesn't pick up give way signs.
No, because you haven't got FSD.
Oh, now I'm definitely buying it because I'm colourblind. I know it's traffic lights.
Hey guys, I've just read a tweet based on what we were just talking about insurance. So this is a guy that's tweeted at Elon, and he said, I just got a auto insurance quote in New York City for $500 a month for my Model Y. I'm floored, and that was because that was the best I could find. I can't keep this car at these rates. We desperately need Tesla insurance in New York.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So that's
Rich Harrod Insurance Company will sort him out. Put him
Yeah,
on.
exactly. We'll send one of our New York affiliates over to that one. They'll get on straight.
We'll be on to that later, Jared.
Yeah.
So I
definitely.
presume your company's going to start out as Jar Rich, and then it will later be Rich Jarad, because you'll be rich later anyway.
A logo will be something like one wheel extra on the car. Set Mandra. It'll be like
Fifth wheel.
Yeah, the fifth wheel missing.
So what you're saying is dead right. But if anyone's got European friends or rallies or whatever, in the Northern Hemisphere, car insurance is horrendously expensive.
Yes,
it
is.
In Europe, I remember people in Austria saying that they were paying 2,000 euros
yes.
a year for insurance.
Yes,
on cheap ICE cars, cars that were sort of costing 25,000, 30,000 euros.
What's the reason? Is it because they just purely have more accidents, or
the ice on the road,
and they just drift into each other? Or
Have you been to Europe? Have you not seen how they drive over there?
It can drive for toffee.
Russian dash cam videos just cracking me up all day long.
That's gold.
Hey guys, just another tweet which is quite exciting, which I just read from Elon, and it says, so this guy's tweeted at him and said, hey Elon, it's the FSD visualization. So not the actual FSD, but just so you can see what the FSD beta guys can see. So is the FSD visualization also coming for non-FSD beta testers in Europe, for example? And then Elon said, good point, we could enable visualization before control. We'll enable that option hopefully next month.
Cool.
I love it when people tweet and he just comes out and goes, yeah, fuck it, let's do it.
Yeah. 2 weeks.
Bit like Alan Joyce saying, we're going to be flying in December overseas. The Qantas share price did go up a little bit after he said that, but I'm still sitting on just over 2 million frequent flyer points that I can't use or go anywhere. But if I want to buy a Weber barbecue, no problems.
Oh no, you can't, Jared. They're out of stock. Sorry, because there's a shortage of sea containers.
Yeah, that's probably exactly right, actually.
Well, I've used mine, Jared. I'm going to New Zealand, and I've got 4 trips.
Where did you fly to, Geraldton?
Well,
100 times.
I flew to Geraldton early this year, Carmen, just to keep my platinum status. I had to do one flight to keep platinum. So I flew up to Geraldton and back down to Geraldton.
I did the same. I took people to Broome.
Yeah, just to keep my platinum. So
I just did first class on a Fokker 100 to Tom Price.
Yeah, the Fokker 100 is like an A380, very similar.
Yeah.
First class in a Fokker's the pilot seat.
Yeah, it's sitting on the hostess. Yeah, and every seat's business class on the Fokker 100. That's a Dreamliner plus.
Well, they're also allow you to upgrade to Exmouth, to Broome.
Yeah.
And it's the same plane.
Yeah.
There's no upgrade at all.
No.
Well, I went to Adelaide, Cairns, and Gold Coast, And I demanded they return the points, and they did.
That's good.
We had that with the upgrade to business to Broome because they were putting on an A330 for it because it was so busy last year.
Yeah.
And it was the old business. So it was just the slightly wider seat. And I wrote an absolute blasting email.
The old
you can
leather.
give me back your 22,000 points, thanks, because that's just not on.
And generally the hostess, generally some of the hostess, I know the last time I flew domestically with the hostesses, they're pretty much the same age as the planes. I know one of them that I had, she told me that she was on the Wright brothers first flight, just making the coffee. So yeah,
I have noticed that between the two airlines, like Qantas's hostess are in the different age bracket, and then you go to Virgin, and it's like
the Virgin
under 30.
Yeah, Richard Branson handpicks it, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I feel safer with the older hosties than the younger ones. The younger ones would be more like, let me get my hair straightened up, where the other ones are putting the slide down. So,
the older ones, though, get grumpy real fast.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
0 to 100, just like a Tesla.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we've
digressed.
Yes, we've explained a lot about the trolleys, so we don't want to be too harsh on them.
Oh no,
more old trolleys.
But Emirates Airline is definitely got the best hosties. Definitely.
They take my kids. It's bloody great. They literally just let my child
really,
disappear.
really
I'm like, I don't care what you've done with it.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Well, they're too scared. The sheikh might come around.
The sheikh. So, Carmen, what was the company that you did your insurance with?
Budget Direct.
Budget Direct.
Budget Direct, but it's underwritten by Auto General Services Insurance in Queensland.
Did they call it a car or
it's Bouget Direct.
Was it known as a car or a tractor? There must be
I'm going to read all the fine print. I'll let you know.
Let us know. I'd be very keen to know. I just think there needs to be an insurance company out there specialising for Tesla.
Yeah, they don't know. No, they don't know anything about EVs, any of them. I rang about 5 and I rang a broker. And I've got the RAC booklet in hard copy because I didn't want to trust that they wouldn't change the internet rules.
Well, what we need to do is send Harold and Pete round there. Pete can just scare them in the car and they'll do whatever he says. But I think, seriously, Harold, you should maybe write them a letter as the secretary of the club saying that, you can get a lot more business if you maybe structure your business profile to the Tesla market, because at the moment people are shopping around and you could probably get more of that business if you pay a little bit more attention.
Even if they go down the road, because obviously they handle the fuel and they talk about the battery and stuff, just turn around and, because I think you get 50 Ks for towing, up that to 100 for a Tesla because it would tow you to the nearest charging point or supercharger or something.
Yeah, but it's 50 Ks round trip.
You go out. Round trip. Where am I going? I'm only going to go to...
No, but that's round trip. In other words, that's for the towing. He leaves wherever he is, goes 25 Ks to you, picks you up and goes 25 Ks to his depot.
It's nothing.
And then charges $100 a day rent for his 12 square metres that your car, for the 12 square metres of land that your car is sitting on for the next 60 days.
Yes.
Maybe the club can write a letter to him and say that if you do a better deal for the members, then we'll move across. Maybe they can come up with something. They sound like they just need a bit of education.
David Russell is keen to take up that challenge with insurance companies. He said last year, because I think he's got experience with UWA where he used to work.
Okay.
And he'd be a good one, I think, to contact to go through these insurance companies. I think he's quite knowledgeable in that area.
There's a couple of members in this clan that we can ask who to speak to. We won't say their names. They drive a Leaf. They're part of the deal. We could ask them who to speak to at RAC, and maybe just send them a letter saying, hey, you can up your insurance, by a lot of people if you come to the party.
It's
So
also
just 2
customer
seconds.
service.
Anand, thanks for coming on. Please feel free to give me a call in the next couple of days, and we'll chat about your trip in a bit more detail. So yeah, thanks for coming, and your trip up north is going to be awesome. So go, Carmen.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking that their customer service needs to be improved, and they have to be a little bit more knowledgeable, because when you ask them questions such as, all right, if I need to call roadside assist because I've run out of a charge, will you help? And they have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, let's reframe this, right? Maybe, Harold, and I'm keen to take this up. I've got David Mills, who used to run Chauffeur. He has a very good relationship with those at the RAC. I might actually have a chat to him to see if we can potentially do an education session around this.
Yes.
That's the first step in, and then I think we can look at potentially a bulk rate potentially if
and
we can get a number of people to come across.
even giving everyone a consistent quote, not anything that they think of.
Yeah.
Because I've rung twice and I've got different quotes.
No, they need to be educated. That's the problem. There's no education.
RAC changed their quotes daily.
Yes.
And they've changed their valuation daily.
Yes.
So if you ring today and get a price, next week it's totally different, or can be totally different, may not be.
100%. So the moral of the story is, don't take the first person you speak to. Hang on, redial
it'll take
again.
a week to get through, and they don't use Redbook, they use glasses, and their quotes are so low, or their valuations rather are so low, they're ridiculous.
Yeah. And I think something else I need to take into consideration is it might be true that the cars are more likely to be written off, although that could also be a modern thing as well for modern cars. But the active safety features make it less likely to be in an accident. So there's 2 parts of the insurance, isn't there? There's the, if you crash, you've got to pay for your car and the car you hit or anything else. But there's also the uninsured person that crashes into you and wrecks your car. That cost is sort of separate. So the RAC should give us a discount, or all insurance companies should give us a discount while we're driving our cars, that our car is less likely to be in an accident. You know, so
I explained that.
You know what's ironic about all of this is that RAC are the ones who built the bloody electric highway.
Well, they don't have a highway.
Well, they did, but that highway was built a long time ago, and unfortunately, it was probably built a bit too soon, to be honest. Because it was built with intervals that were sort of 60-kilometre distances for literally the Nissan Leaf and IMEV and
that's Jared's car.
Yeah, Jared's car.
Hey, the Nissan Leaf has got the longest extension lead you ever need. Can't beat it.
Absolutely. And there's a trailer pack where you can get like one of those big cotton reels, and it's
the only car that you can park in Mandurah and know it's going to be safe. Won't be touched in Mandurah.
You know for a fact that if
doesn't
someone
need
steals
stickers. No one will touch it.
Well, when the cops, when someone steals it, the cops get a protractor on the map and just draw a little circle and go, well, it can't be very far away.
No,
9Ks either way, all good.
Well, generally, they've got a good lead because they just follow the extension lead.
Hey guys, all EVs are good EVs. Just remember that.
Oh, of course.
But
well said,
EVs are good.
Well said.
No, that's true. I'm a big supporter of the Nissan Leaf.
Yes, but
and the new one that's
Jared,
coming out, the Twig is going to be the new model.
If you want,
because they're branching out, Jared.
Correct. So they are branching out, but the new model
as long as
a lot of
as long as they don't get too far away from their roots, mate, they'll be all right.
No, that's right. They're just moving forward. Sorry, Carmen, what were you saying?
Don't park it at the Atrium Hotel.
Okay.
Unless you want it taken because it suits you. That'll work.
Oh, the Atrium Hotel? That's Richard. That's a beautiful hotel, isn't it? Still?
It's the best place it's the best place for mixing up your drugs for sure.
It's a isn't it known as a honeymoon getaway, the Atrium, or was that back when back in 1843 or
No. In 1983 we built it and ran it, but it's now not the same.
No.
But if
Well,
you stop,
it's not.
but
It's not.
if you stop security in the car park, your cars get broken into the next day.
Really?
Oh, there you
That's
go.
a fact.
All right.
Hang on a sec. I just got to. Sorry, I just remembered that.
The following segment is general in nature. Listeners should seek their own independent assessment from a qualified advisor and not rely on the general nature of information in this program.
2 weeks.
Rightio.
2 weeks. Oh, that's cool.
On that note, good night, guys.
See you, Carmen.
Night, Carmen.
Yes.
Night, Carmen.
All the best.
Carmen. Good to see you.
Great session. Great session. Bye.
Bye.
See you, Dom.
Here we go. My favourite part of the night.
Any idea when you're going to be finished here?
2 weeks.
How long will it take to put this place together?
2 weeks. I do get the permits. How long will the job take? 2 weeks. 2 weeks? 2 weeks? You sound like a parakeet there. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Well, 2 weeks. It's amazing. Amazing nothing. It'll be a regular miracle.
Yeah, 2 weeks. And they're actually a part of Elon's team, you'll say. They're the new management crew. 2 weeks?
2 weeks.
2 weeks. For the Model Y, yeah?
Yeah, 2 weeks.
2 weeks, Pete, till you get your Model Y?
2 weeks.
2 weeks? 2 weeks. 1 week.
2 weeks.
Yeah,
3 weeks.
What about my Cybertruck? 2 weeks?
2 years, I reckon. 2 years.
I've got it now.
Oh, yeah. I can do that too. Look, come on. Yeah, there you go.
I got 2.
So here's another quick question.
I
Oh, look out.
Yeah, okay, all right, okay. There always has to be one in the schoolyard, doesn't there?
Which shop
So
do you
he-
get them from? Because I've been looking for them, can't find them anywhere.
And where's the new one?
Because you're all getting them.
Are you getting the new Cybertruck?
What's
Leave
that,
them on
Joe?
the,
Sorry,
leave them
again?
on the store.
The new
I've been
one.
looking for them. I can't see them anywhere.
You mean,
Keep
you mean
talking over me.
The RC one. Did you get that, Richard?
The Cybertruck, just the Hot Wheels
Yeah,
Cybertruck.
the small one.
Yeah.
It's at Toy World.
I got that one, Jared.
Target.
I got that from a very special place, Jared.
Did you get that one, the remote control one?
I did.
Oh, there you go.
Hey,
Oh, it looks
look,
like that. Oh,
look,
here we go.
mine's
Joe,
charging.
it's at Toy World.
Might be a bit quicker than the old car.
Oh, yeah, Rich has got the same one.
You got the
See,
same
but yours isn't charging, Rich. See, mine's on charge at the moment.
Mine's been on solar during the day.
I hope that's not the one I'm getting because I paid $159 for mine.
No, that's big.
No, this is the $40 one.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's it, $159.
Oh, that's cool.
Feeling like size matters in this occasion.
Yeah.
Quick question, because I think I'm going to do it. But would I be right in saying that I've heard on the grapevine that if you put an order in for a couple of different things, like a Cybertruck and a Model Y and maybe a Model S, that it's a reasonably good investment because somewhere down the track you might be able to sell that spot if you don't want one of those?
Sounds like you're cornering the market.
Can you trade your order is basically what you're saying.
Well, you
That's
can
what I'm
buy it
saying.
and then sell it off to somebody. That's different.
So officially, so what will happen in the future, no one knows. But officially, previously you weren't supposed to do it, but they did. They would let you, if they would let you register it in someone else's name, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So you'd have to buy it and then sell it.
No, they would let you register in someone's name, so you wouldn't have to pay the stamp duty.
Oh, there you go.
So the first person in whose name the car got registered in would be the ultimate owner.
There you go.
Got it.
I reckon that's got a risk. I mean, you might lose your $100 or whatever you have to pay. But
Yeah, and I mean, Julio Iglesias is not a good name either. That's not really the name you want. So,
We had one member who was going to try and sell on a car he had ordered, thinking that someone's going to pay him $10,000 more than he was going to pay for it, because it was, I think it was the start of a quarter or something like that, and he thought that that might be something to be able to do, but it just doesn't work. It's just go and buy Tesla shares and
Exactly.
rely
Yes.
on the fact that that'll
So
be.
on that
Amen
note,
to that.
how would I go about doing that? Is there like a broker in Perth that you see to get that done, or what do you do? How do you do it?
Well,
I think Pete knows a bit about
Pete
shares.
starts and tells the proper answer. I can declare that I just use NABSEC, so the NAB whatever, share trading thing. And I'm not a proper shareholder in that I don't have share voting rights. I've just gone to NAB, and I presume ComSec are the same, and I presume ANZ are the same.
Yeah.
And applied to get international shares, and I believe they're actually held on your behalf, and it's super
in custody. Yeah.
Yeah, and so you don't actually get to vote, but to be honest, the few shares I have, well, anyway, for me it was really simple to do, and the brokerage is cheap. It's the whatever percent, a couple of percent or whatever, whatever it is. But yeah, Pete, how else can you get shares properly? And can you buy them online that way, or do you have to effectively book it through a broker or something?
On the custody side, I just use eToro. I've got a whole heap of international shares through there.
We use Stake.
Yeah, but same thing with Stake. You don't own the shares yourself. Yeah, they're held in custody on your behalf. Yeah. No, I don't know if there is a way to do it online to be able to actually hold the shares yourself. If you wanted the international shares like Tesla to be in your name, you can do it in Perth. There's several brokers that do it. They're the full service brokers. So you pay a slightly, not only do you pay a slightly larger brokerage fee, but you also pay a asset management fee, because in order for you to hold the shares in your name, you've got to go through one of the wrap platforms. So basically where they're charging an assets under management and AUM fee. So
what does that mean, Pete, AUM?
So basically, so let's say it's 1%, which tends to be a standard amount, and let's say you've got, I don't know, 100 shares, $100 worth of shares, you'll get charged $1 every year to hold on to those shares.
Yeah.
So whether you're trading or not, it's just for them. It's just for you to be on that platform.
Yeah.
So the best way, if I wanted to throw some money at Tesla shares, it's better for me. And excuse my ignorance, we haven't really done it before, so I'm learning. It is better for me to have the shares in my name than not. Is that correct?
Oh, look, yes and no. You could argue that if they're not in your name, you're paying effectively a professional custodian to look after them for you. If they are in your name, so the pro is if it's held in custody, that a professional is looking after them, so less likely to stuff up and somehow lose them. The downside is that you're entrusting a third party to look after your shares. But that said, most of the the US exchanges in Australia is regulated, so they usually have to segregate their clients' funds, which includes stock. So, if the company was to go under, all client funds and all client shares are held in a separate account. So, the advantage of having them in your own name is that you can vote, as Harold said, in an AGM, and you don't have anyone looking after your shares. You're effectively looking after them yourself.
But for simplicity's sake, Pete, and getting back to the risk, let's just say you use the brokerage versions of the big four banks, which I presume all four of them have. Well, I know there's NABSEC. I presume that, well, there's ComSec. I presume there's an ANZ version, and
there is.
I presume there's a Westpac version.
Yeah.
So
There is. Yeah.
the only technical risk of if you held Tesla shares with those four banks, the only way that you could lose those shares is if those banks went bankrupt.
And then they're covered by the government. The banks are endorsed by the government.
Well, yes and no, but the likelihood of one of the big bank brokerages going broke is pretty low compared to any other risk that could happen by accident or by whatever on even a full service brokerage firm that something might have happened. So Rich, but having said that, Joe said that she's bought through Stake, which I presume that's an American. Is that the American-based thing?
In America, but they've got an Australian arm now. Yeah, and it's through. So I've got accounts through most of these, and yeah, Stake is by far the easiest, the simplest, and the lowest cost. But you are dealing with a non-Australian entity essentially. And one of the benefits of Stake is they let you do fractional shares. So yeah, you can buy half a Tesla share or what have you. So, but to get back to what Harold was saying, I used to work for a full service broker. This is admittedly going back about 20 years ago, and I'd be one of the first ones to usually get into the office, and so I'd take the fax machine messages that came through overnight, and usually it was the international share trading directions that came overnight, and a lot of them were fund transfer requests. And I come into the office and it literally be, 7-figure sums, and it was just the fax. The guy saying, "Here's my details of my bank in wherever. This is the SWIFT number. This is the, bank account number. Here's my signature. Please transfer $5 million there, today." And I just look at this and I thought, well, how hard would it be for me just to photocopy this and put my own bank account details there? The signature's there, everything's there. And I said this to the guys, and they just said, "Yeah, well, it is. You probably could." But every morning I'd come in, and there'd be a message, a funds transfer message sitting on the fax machine.
And that's why tonight Pete's broadcasting from Casuarina Prison, where he's spending most of his time now. So,
and the awesome news is Pete will be on parole soon, and will be able to join us in person.
Well, I see that GoFundMe page has worked for Pete because he's now back in the house.
Well, he may be ahead of the curve, but unfortunately he's behind the barbed wire fence.
I think it's nearly time, Harold, to play a Pete segment, a YouTube Pete segment, especially for some of the new viewers. I think they need to get a little bit of a couple of snippets of Pete with his YouTube, which is, I find great, really, really good, very entertaining. So
that would be Pete's Corner, wouldn't it? And,
it would be Pete's Corner. I haven't seen Richard Cooper tonight. Anyone know what's happening Richard Cooper? Is he?
He still hasn't woken up from last week's episode.
Yeah, I guess.
He's still snoring.
And so, Richie, when are you back on Earth? When are you back down? Are you up there for long, or?
But I plan on staying up here. It's better up here.
I think Nigel's up there with you, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he was actually.
He was, definitely. There was really going to be a showdown on backdrops tonight. I thought I was waiting to see that one.
Well, I saw Nigel's and I thought, I can't let him do it on his own. Let's try something different.
And we've got to give a special clap to Peter because he stayed up this late. Good on you, Pete. Normally, most of the mature gentlemen all go to sleep very early. So good work, Pete.
So is that one clap?
That's one clap.
On that note, I think we should listen to the dulcet tones of Pete.
Here we go.
As you can see from the screen behind me, that's the countdown. So we've got 6.5 minutes to go before Tesla reveals its Cybertruck, as Elon has come to call it, spelled Cybertrk. It was going to be the Tesla pickup, as Americans call it, or the Tesla Ute. I don't even think it's going to look like a Ute, because Elon's been describing it as a.
See, I was onto it already, even before it was unveiled.
From the future, from a sci-fi movie. You know, think Blade Runner. So, so it might actually have a canopy over the tray.
So, Pete, I noticed you've. Oh, sorry, I'll wake you up. There we go. Oh, you've spoiled it. Oh, you don't.
No one.
There we go. Right. So, I noticed you've got a big budget as far as camera people are concerned.
That's gold.
It's not the size of your camera; it's what you do with it.
Exactly.
I'm sometimes thinking.
Good work, Pete. Good work.
You must surely feel like you're just talking to a brick wall. You know, it's.
You know why I started the channel? Because for two reasons. One was to try and improve my public speaking, but the second reason was because I talked the ears off all my friends and family about Tesla, and you know, and it's to the point where they would just go, no, I can't hear another word about Tesla. So I needed an outlet.
Yeah.
So this is before I discovered Tokwa and Ask Us Anything. So
they weren't using your YouTube videos, Pete, at Guantanamo Bay for a while, but they're using Tokwa's stuff instead. And the confessions are coming in thick and fast at the moment. Every time they play, just no more Tokwa.
Oh God,
gold.
He use it to control the prisoners at Casuarina at the moment, don't they?
Oh yeah, exactly. Oh, this is this the ball. That's when he throws the ball at it, Aaron.
Yeah.
Sorry?
This when he throws the steel ball at it.
Yeah, well,
that's a little bit later on.
I was about right there, but
anyway, really?
I'm just seriously. I'm just bragging.
Can you see the reflection of the ball there?
Yeah.
That's how you get to put him in the crowd.
A few lasers there going on.
Probably that one there.
No, that guy's got hair.
Oh, sorry, maybe that one. That one has.
Yeah, maybe that guy there.
It's under promising in order to give us a pleasant late. Well, not physically.
Oh, well, sorry there.
Yes, the Tesla Cybertruck has been unveiled. It's here. Well, not physically. Physically, it's still 3 years away. According to the Tesla website, the guidance is for late 2022, and presumably that's for US markets as well. Now, I'm not sure if this is Elon on purpose under-promising in order to give us a pleasant surprise, as is increasingly looking like being the case with the Model Y, which looks like it may be 9 to 12 months early. Or it could be late, similar to the Roadster, which has been...
Harold, why exactly are we watching this?
One thing that we know...
I can't remember, to be honest.
Hey, when is the Roadster coming? Is that actually coming to Australia?
Sorry, what?
Yeah.
The Roadster, is that coming to Australia?
You can order it now.
Oh, the Roadster you can?
Yeah.
The deposit is only the full amount of the car.
Yeah, right. And what's the full amount of the car? 300,000?
About that.
Yeah. So on Tesla's website,
delivery date?
You can go to Roadster.
24, I'd say.
24?
24, 25.
You can only reserve it. And to reserve, it only costs
2.1 seconds.
Actually, that might be so that's for the non Founders Series.
So there you go, Jared. $7,000 down now, and $319,000 in 10 days.
Is that Australian or is that American?
That's Australian.
Oh, okay.
So it's
$320
got a trader license, and they've got a WA license, and blah de blah.
Yeah, right. Yeah, okay.
So I'll just put my card in. So hang on, we'll just put Rich.
Well, he's in space, so he'll be no good till he gets back.
I know a good insurance. I know a good Tesla insurance company will get it covered anyway.
When do you think we'll see that? Same 2024?
Probably not.
Okay.
Because I think Tesla said they're not doing it until 23 in America.
25.
And yeah, it'll be 25.
So we'll
And
see
they
the
won't-
Y.
400 kilometres.
We'll see the Y and we'll see the Cybertruck before then.
Well, look, the Y. Actually, one thing I'm supposed to do some homework. Pete, you've got to remind me to do some homework. We've got to find out if Tesla have delivered any cars into Sydney, into New South Wales this month. I mean, yes, this month, because they have promised to pass legislation to give the 3,500 or whatever it was discount to EVs, and that was going to start on the 1st of September. So Tesla were delaying all of the New South Wales Model 3 deliveries until September. But the Parliament in the state Parliament in New South Wales didn't sit before September, and they're not sitting now. So what the Premier Berejiklian has said was they've committed that provided that Parliament passes the legislation, it will be backdated or dated to the 1st of September. So what we don't know is, have Tesla just decided to deliver these cars at the full price and told the new owners that you'll have to claim it back from the government if and when they pass the legislation? Or do they risk collecting less money on the basis that they'll get that back from the government later, which is a bit of a sovereign risk because, you know, the opposition might not pass it or whatever. The problem there is if they've got this huge overhang of Model 3s, a certain number.
All right, I won't say much now, but yeah, they've got
Look
next
at,
to zero.
look at that handsome guy. That's his prison photo. That's his photo that they have to take when he goes and sees Pete. He takes him some cake in.
He's just missing the profile shot as well. Now he needs to turn.
Let's go. Trust this guy.
Oh, there he is. I couldn't see it before. Now I can.
Oh, sorry. I don't even. This computer's just starting up. And can you hear me?
Yeah.
Right. Oh, I don't want Teams. Stay away. I don't have any audio controls. I'm very limited at the moment.
Jared's a bit like that.
Yeah, I'm extremely like that, actually. There's very little control anymore. Most of my control's definitely gone. So it's lost that long time, yeah.
The good news is I think, why is my camera on? And maybe it'll come back. I think the recording might have worked because it did say it was offering to convert a recording. So let's hope that worked.
When that photo was taken, Harold, was that when you were doing the real estate course or?
You can't see my middle finger in the camera. But
Yeah, no, I can see it. It's that 3D one.
I'll probably have to stay like that because, let's have a look. Can I do anything? Start video. Here we go. Let's try that. Oh,
hey, he's back. Hey, he's back. There you go.
Oh. Yeah, so Damon, by the way, we weren't talking about you. Literally, my computer just died. So anyway, never mind. These things happen.
There's evidence that Nissan have now hacked into you, mate, to shut you up and shut us all up about talking about the Leaf.
Exactly. Oh, man. Yeah, just talk amongst yourselves. I'll just regain my composure.
As they say, technology is bloody wonderful until it doesn't do what you want it to.
Oh, that's right. Exactly.
And the worst thing is, what this is going to force me to do is I'm going to have to compile this video on not Premiere because I'm too tight to pay. Pinnacle Studio. And that's going to be really hard because it's, hours of video that I'm going to have to then put the two together and then compile it and then dump it to YouTube because you can't add two YouTube videos together.
How long does it take you to upload these videos to YouTube, Harold?
Yeah, Harold, are you on? What's going on?
About.
I was ready to be you, Harold.
I totally resemble that remark.
That's horrible. It's so bad.
I tried my best, but I wasn't quite up to it.
I saw that. I could see that on my phone. Yeah, Pete, it takes to upload it. It takes
too fucking long.
I don't know, about 5 minutes tops. It doesn't actually take that long because I've got fibre to the house, so it's
wow. That's
pretty
not bad at all.
They compress pretty well as well. They compress on the client side, not on the server side, so it's quite quick.
It's good,
yeah. And that's a wired connection that you're uploading on rather than Wi-Fi.
Oh yes. Oh yeah, direct. Yes. But it does take a long time for YouTube to process it. It takes a long time. And the worst thing is sometimes when certain people, I've got no controls, I can't even pause it. Anyway, when some people say inappropriate things and I've got to snip it out, when you edit it, it takes forever to finish editing. So it'll say that your video, while it's being edited, people will still see the original version, and then you can't make any further changes once you've done an edit. And it can take a couple of hours before it flushes through the system. It's like
Are you doing that edit on YouTube, bro, rather than just on your PC?
I've done it on YouTube, on the YouTube, on in Explorer or whatever, Edge. And you edit it because it's easy just to snip a piece out than to use, like I said, now I'm going to have to use Pinnacle Studio to join the two videos together, and that's going to take a long time to do that, or to redo it, and then chuff it up to YouTube. So I've just made a lot of work for myself tomorrow. But anyway, it's all.
Well, you didn't. That was the computer's fault.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it was.
And be like, duh.
But I must admit, I haven't reset my computer in about 2 weeks. So I guess I was
2 weeks.
2
weeks.
Yeah, 2 weeks. So I guess I deserve to have it crash on me. But anyway, it's all good. Cool. So you guys got any other passing comments? We've sort of lost a bit of time, so we can't do a world record long Ben-Hur episode. So. Oh, Jared, you going to the grand final? Just out of
yes, I will be working. Yes, correct.
Oh, yeah. So you'll be working with, so you won't be able to really see it. Will you be able to see it?
Oh, yeah, I'll watch it. Yeah, I'll wander off. Radio will go funny during the game and just wander off. Yeah, a friend of mine's got a box, so I'll probably sneak up there for a while. So
yeah, cool.
I try to just not do too much.
Well, I might.
Much younger staff that can do things better than I can. So.
I'm not sure if I've got your number, but I might give you a buzz and say hello.
Yeah, are you going to be there?
Yeah, I had to get there the hard way.
Oh, really? Did you have to say that you're going to play YouTube videos to them? And they said, "Don't. We'll just give you."
I had to give them 100 years worth of YouTube revenue, future revenue, when we go from.
I've had that many people ringing me looking for passes and tickets, and I'm like, we don't get anything. That show they don't give any. The only other thing that's come close to this one was Billie Eilish at the Fremantle Arts Centre that we did, and I had so many people ringing me for Billie Eilish, which I thought was a bloke, an Irish bloke, Billie Eilish. And I was like, and every of these guys are ringing me going, "Can you get my, I need to go. My daughter wants to go." I'm like, "What the fuck?" But it was like the kid could go with an adult. There was an adult that could go, and I've never seen so many adults lined up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon with their daughter standing next to them on a Monday. It was just the craziest thing I've ever seen. Absolutely crazy.
We got really lucky with the AFL tickets when we opened up the thing. We got on at 9 a.m. I think it was about 9:30. I refreshed the page and I had a join queue button. Hit join queue, and then I had 3 other screens up just in case. And my main screen, when it kicked over to 10 a.m., says you were 312 in queue. And I was like, bang. My other screen had 88,000, and my third screen had 156,000.
It's the luck of the draw. That's all it is. It's just the luck of the draw. It's very.
So, yeah, we got tickets.
Generally, I don't get tickets to anything. There's only certain things that I can't get a ticket to, but I don't go to shows. Like if I'm not working, you know, it's like someone said to me, "Oh, so you know, if you work in a shoe shop, do you go to a shoe shop when you have a day off? You don't. I don't go to concerts anymore. The only show that I ever go and see is Little Britain. I really enjoy that comedy. That's the only show that I'll go. But generally, I'm not into it. If I'm not working at the show, I don't have to be there. Then I'm miles away. You know, when we did the Indigenous round, the last football thing that we did on the field with John Butler playing, as soon as he finished playing and we were pulled off, we pulled everything off the stage. As soon as we were done, I was the first one out the door. My staff was still packing up and loading the truck. I'd gone. I didn't even stay for the game. It was like, mate, I just want to go home. But I mean, it's a great thing having the grand final here. No doubt about it. You know, we won't have it again for 20 years. We were just lucky, I guess. But,
until 2 weeks later from now, when it all goes to shit.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it will be a good day of football. It will be an amazing light show. People will be blown away because they don't get to see the kind of shows that people really should be seeing, like in America and stuff. You know, but nothing that I mean, maybe I sound cynical, but the only ever best show, light show that I've ever seen in my whole life is two things: Pink Floyd in 1988, which I worked at East Fremantle Oval. I worked on that tour. And the other show that I didn't work on but went and saw, and I've seen it twice, is a show called World of Colour at Disney, not Disney, at California Dream Park in LA. And that show, I think it cost just over $1 billion. And yeah, it's an amazing, like a light, spectacular show with water fountains that shoot up 100 feet in the air with RGB coloured lights at the bottom, monorail tracks with lights that come out of nowhere and then park and start shooting beams out. And it's based on, you know, whatever the current Disney thing is. Yeah, and that show to me was like amazing. When you see that, you just go, that is amazing. Since then, you know, every show that I've seen is just like, it's like a circus. They just got different clowns. That's all it is. They're just different things and trying to make it look more interesting. And they're always outdoing themselves now. Everyone's trying to make something better and better and better and better. You know, they're all going to outdo themselves in more better ways. But I think the grand final will be good. I think people will be blown away, definitely blown away by it. It's definitely going to be a good result. The stadium's a great stadium. That stadium compared to Patterson's, sound-wise, tin horns at Patterson's used to sound like, you know, a real sort of cloud voice like this, sound like that all the time. And the line array system they put in that stadium is one of the best around. I mean, the sound system's really good. They can feel it. They've added some extra sound to it. I know that for this show. But, yeah, it will be good. People will be blown away by it, definitely. But,
yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
I wish the Eagles or the Dockers were playing.
Imagine in a parallel universe if that was a Derby grand final.
Oh, that would have been great. That would have been really good.
You can't stick it to Victorians any more than having that.
No, that would have been the pinnacle, definitely.
Yeah. My wife's shooting me with eyeball lasers right now, by the way.
But, you know, people are going to be starved for entertainment in Perth for the next 6 months. So having a grand final here is fantastic for us. Because, like I said, there's not going to be much after this coming through.
So have you got any inside secrets to know if Sash and Baron Cohen's going to rock out a Freddie Mercury appearance?
No. No.
Don't answer that.
We normally have to sign disclaimers about things that we know that are going to happen till after the show, and they will sue you if this has been recorded. They will sue you if they found out that it's the case. So things like that are a bit more serious than anything, but generally no. You know, that sort of element doesn't really happen that often. So, but yeah, you get to you see what they do. You get to know all the secrets. It's pretty interesting sometimes, but sometimes it's just the same shit. It's nothing.
We're just happy that we get the Jared show every Wednesday, mate.
Well, I try to entertain. Always try to entertain the boys. So. I've learned so much about this Tesla. You know, I love it. It's great. Best car we've ever bought.
Other than the Leaf, of course.
The Leaf is number one. Leaf is, and the Twig, when that comes out, I'm getting that as well because that comes with the sports pack.
Yeah.
And like
Are the Americans going to do a woody version of that with the panels down the outside?
Yeah, I can't talk about that. That's under wraps. But it's very similar to the Model 3 Space X version.
Nothing similar to that, mate. That is a limited edition.
That's a very limited edition.
Don't go there.
No, that's a whole. You get the whole suit and the whole thing with the thing and the. Yeah, it's very.
It gets personally handed to you by Elon.
It does. It does indeed.
Man, that guy gets around.
He does. He certainly gets around.
The vicious rumour.
Well, isn't he married to Carly B? Is it Carly B that he's married to?
No, Grimes, isn't it?
Who? Grimes, that's right. Okay. She was here last year, played at Challenge Stadium. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, she was in Perth. Yeah, I think she
Yes,
played.
when I ordered my car.
Not last year, the year before COVID she played.
19, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Jared.
Yes.
Your hang on, sorry, hang on 2 seconds. Your number ends in 3, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Okay, I've got it. No worries.
Yeah, there you go.
Just had to check.
No, of course.
Yeah, no, I'll give you a buzz so we can.
Yeah, send me a buzz, definitely.
Yeah,
If you look for me, Harold, you'll see me in the nosebleed section.
Where are you
well,
sitting?
I had to do the capo. You know, I got my tickets to the Kangaroos. God bless their cotton socks.
Oh, nice.
And it was funny because I got an email from them on the 8th of September saying, "Oh, we've got tickets available," and I didn't even see that email until the day after the general admission tickets, and I was 79,850 in the queue.
Yeah, well.
And then I did the old Google and looked at all the normal sort of suppliers, and they were all out of stock. And somehow I looked on Outlook and I saw this old North Melbourne email, 10 days old, and I thought, oh, well, there's no chance of them having tickets, and sure enough, they did. But you pay through the nose for them because it's institutionalized scalping. Because you pay $2,000 for this awesome lunch that you're going to get at Perth Arena.
Yeah.
Probably amongst all the other corporates, because they're probably all doing it at Perth Arena with, you're going to have Adam Simpson will be there, who's been dragged in at
he's getting paid to be there as well. Don't worry, they all get their little kickbacks.
Yeah, and then all you do is get to have a 3-course lunch and preload on beer and wine.
Yeah.
So that then
that's why there's 100,000 tickets for the AFL to sell. I mean, the average price on those lunches are like $1,800. That's an average one. And that's with a crappy seat. If you want to talk about going into a box or something, you're talking a lot more money than that. But people pay that. Like
it was a 20-seat box for $72,000.
Yeah, well, for example, the main thing with a lot of the touring artists is meet and greets. It used to be the merch, selling T-shirts, because that's all cash money. But now it's the meet and greet. So you get to meet someone, you pay. So Rolling Stones, who just played the show night before, were doing meet and greets. And they only did a few because they're about $55,000 US a meet and greet. You get to spend about 10 minutes with them, get a photo, handshake, see you later. 55,000 US. You get a ticket, but 55 grand. Yeah.
That's five lot of FSD.
They all do it. All the bands do it. They don't charge that much. Most of them are charging. I think Kiss were charging like $2,000-3,000 as a gold ticket, and you got to meet them and have a photo with them. But I see groups of people going backstage, like tour groups, and they just like there'll be 100 people, 50 in one lot, 50 in another, and it's just cash. It's money for the band, and it's the band's money. It's not the promoter's money. The promoter takes the venue, he sells the venue, and the band retain merchandising, and they retain the meet and greets, and that's their big thing. They'll have 4 or 5 people on the road touring with them, and all they do is meet and greets. They set up the counter, they take the bookings, they check this, they check that, but that's all they specialise in, meet and greets, because the money is just.
Well, in the old days, you used to do a concert tour to promote your album, to get album sales.
Yeah.
Now the concert to it is when you get paid, because you get nothing on streaming, you get nothing.
No, but they get royalties. There's APRA royalties. So if you play, for example, John Butler, who's playing at the football, he's probably getting 100 grand to play at the football, but then he's probably going to pick up another 50, 60,000 in royalties because he's playing to 80,000 people. So it's how many people at the venue. Then he gets his APRA royalties. So his APRA check that will come through once a year will be acknowledged that he played to that. That's a royalty that he gets.
Wow.
So that's a lot of bands, when they tour, they make more money because what's happening is that the pre-sales beforehand, all the radio stations are playing their songs to generate ticket sales when they're also getting royalties for those sales. So they can do very well out of it, some of them. So, yeah.
Cool. Cool.
I'll tell you, I didn't know you're a Pink Floyd fan, Pete. I'll share you a quick little story. We were setting up the night before the show, which that night of the concert, which I believe, I can't remember, I was 18 at the time, which I think pot was legal that night because all I could smell was marijuana everywhere. But and all the police that were there were sitting up near the scoreboard watching the show. They weren't interested in anything else. But one of the things I found funny, the night before they were programming the light show, and this is an honest, true story, they were programming the show and they used lots of lasers back then. And with a laser, when the shoots out the beam, it's called a primary beam, and that's the dangerous part of the laser because what it does, instead of it going through a bed, which basically bounces the laser and makes the primary beam actually do it like a diamond, but it's going so fast it looks like a beam, breaks the laser down. But when it's not moving, it's called a primary beam. They shot up a primary beam, and these are argon lasers that water-cooled would put in freezing cold water and come out boiling hot. You could burn yourself on them. So they shot this laser out, and about an hour and a half later, this guy came across, and I swear to God, this is a true story. A guy came across with his antenna that had been cut off by the laser. And the tour manager just pulled out cash and tickets and started giving this guy cash and tickets to cover it all up. Like, mate, there you go, there's $1,000, here's 6 tickets. I'll never forget it. And then that antenna sat in the production office for like 4 days. And everyone's looking at this antenna. It was pretty funny.
So was it just melted off, was it? Or?
It cut it. The laser just shot, because the way it was positioned, the houses were up higher on the hill, laser just shot straight up and cut the actual this antenna off and fell down.
How far do you reckon that was?
The guy was burned. Sorry?
How far do you reckon that was?
Oh, it wasn't that far. It was 600 metres.
Okay.
This laser would have, if you pointed at concrete, it would go through concrete.
Yeah.
It might take a few minutes, but it'll start cutting. I saw the laser technician lighting his cigarettes off the beam. So he didn't have a lighter, he just hold his cigarette in front of it. And
that's rock and roll, baby.
He's making it up. Like,
the argon's, that's green, isn't it?
Well, yeah, argon's green, yeah.
Yeah, green, yeah.
But and the other funny thing that happened on that show was the noise police came to the show at 4 o'clock in the afternoon when they started rehearsing. So they were just doing a little run through, like when they do it called sound check. And they were singing, the backup singers were singing, and they were doing their thing. And the noise police were standing there with meters and going, yep, you're on 105 dB, that's great. And the sound engineer was a French guy, a little French guy. And basically they were given, the sound police were given passes that access some areas, not all the areas. But during the day, they could come onto the field and measure the sound. And of course, they came back at 8 o'clock that night. Well, they were back at 6 o'clock that night. They couldn't get into the front of house control area because there was 12 security guards standing around. If you didn't have a certain pass, you weren't coming in. We don't care who you are. Mm-hmm. And these noise police were like, basically the sound guy was like, yep, great, pushed it up. And next thing you know, the band got a $30,000 fine. They didn't care. And it was the loudest concert I've ever heard. Great times.
But
it was,
isn't
without a doubt, the technology was 40 years in front.
Yeah.
The monorail tracks, the hydraulics of the droids popping up, the mirror ball coming up at the back, spinning around and opening, and then blinders and lights and stuff. The shit was just next level. Company in America did it called Mountain Productions. So you Google then Mountain Productions, you'll probably see some stuff of their stuff. So there you go. But yeah, definitely the best concert I ever worked on or ever seen. And I've
So
seen a
when
lot.
so when you said that was the loudest concert you've ever heard, isn't that because after that concert you were basically profoundly deaf and you couldn't hear anything after
That would be 100%. There was no equivalent about costs with that show. There was 200-ton cranes parked up, and they were there for 4 days, and all they were doing is raising a mask up, and then they had a static line coming from the mask down one side of the stage and down the other side of the stage. They were sitting there the whole time. I mean, a 100-ton crane back in those days was, $600 an hour, and they didn't care. And one was for the pig to come out on, so that pig was on a system that pulled out and then went over the crowd, and then the other one was for the bed to be released, and the bed flew down to the side of stage, and it looked like it blew up, but it didn't. It stopped, and they set off pyros that looked like it blew up. So, people were mesmerised by that show. It was really well done. And I've never seen anything come remotely close to it now. I mean, I've seen a lot of shows, but Pink Floyd was the primitive light show of the time.
No one used to, and as you said, no, even to this day, no one has put in as much effort into their concert, into the show, into the spectacle of the whole thing, like Pink Floyd.
They had the best of the best, Pete. They had German riggers, they had French telescan operators, they had Americans with their set pieces, the droids that would pop up from under the stage and start shooting lasers out to the crowd. The front of the stage was sectioned off into pieces, so it would roll over. It was like a hexade, so it would roll over, it would look like a mirror, and then the next row was a row of lights. So when they played the last songs would run like hell, the stage would be chasing, the whole front of the stage would be, so people would just sit there going, what the fuck's coming out next? And, then there'd be, the mirror ball would go up and then spin around and then open, and then people just going, oh, and, they were just amazing. But even to the monorails going across the stage, and then sax player would come out and play Dogs of War, he'd be like, all the VLs, which was moving lights at the time, which was owned by Genesis, basically would manually track the guy and stay on the sax player and move at the same time. So you'd see this monorail moving, but staying focused on the sax player. The programming, the whole thing was 50 years ahead of what it is now. Now it's so easy. It's nothing like it was back then. They just nailed it. It's class. That's what it was, class. But it still blows me away when I talk about it, because it's just unbelievable stuff. So.
And you were a third your age.
I was a young boy who was told to do many things that I had to do. So I was, it was, but you were working with the best of the best. I mean, the best lighting designer, the best people were on it, and they were amazing people to work with. And I was just a little shit kicker. I was nobody important, but I was working with the best designer who designed the show. I was working with there was 9 people involved in the lighting side, controlling that show. The telescan operator. It was basically like a big control room, but directed by one person. Just an old guy sitting there, headphones on, telling everyone what to do. But of course, when they came to Australia, they'd already done 350 shows. So, and that's what people go. They go, oh, I went and saw Taylor Swift, or I went and saw something. They've been on tour for 2 years. They do the same. They do an A show, a B show, and a C show. If they're doing 3 nights back to back, they just mix the shows up. It's the same set. So it's just a format that just goes, yep. And people go, oh, that was amazing. They've done it so many times. It's not really that much amazing enough. But, of course, you get blown away by it. But, they were good. Very good. So there you go.
It's like when I went to see Michael Jackson play, and during the concert, he got down on one knee and started crying, sobbing. And I thought, oh, geez, that's, that's pretty genuine. And I thought, I wouldn't mind seeing, and when he's done this set somewhere else. Yeah. And sure enough, same point in the concert. Starts pouring his eyes out crying. So.
A lot of them have monitors set up on the stage in hidden certain locations, and when they start talking, they look at the monitor, because they forget.
They don't know where they are.
And I've done the same thing when I've been on tour with John Butler for 9 months. You just forget what day it is, and you'd be ringing a production company going, I need to talk to them about the lighting for the show next week. And you ring them and go, they're not answering the phone. And you go, well, hang on, it's Sunday. That's why they're not answering the phone. Yeah, and that's the same as artists. When they're on tour, they know they're in Australia, but they've got no idea where they are. So they have to put on the monitor, this guy, this is where we are. Some bands have to have the words to the song. So when they're singing, they have to look at the monitor and make sure they're singing the right song.
So basically karaoke.
Pretty much, pretty much.
Well, that's what Elton John did at Princess Diana's funeral.
Yeah.
Was he had a teleprompter for the modified something Rose, English Rose song. But funny, speaking of Elton John, I saw him with a girlfriend at the entertainment centre in about 1990-ish.
Yeah, that'd be right. Yeah.
And that was the one when he had later described that his alcoholism had gotten worse. And he said he was in Perth at the entertainment centre and he actually forgot the words to a song. Yeah. And I remember seeing it where he started, and I forget what the song was, because he was playing on a piano and he was about to start singing, or he sort of started. He was about, I don't know, 2 sentences or whatever you call it into the song. And then he sort of goes, oh, I forgot the rest of the words to this song. And he did like a little piano riff. And he goes, oh, we'll go on to the next song. But he literally forgot the words.
Yeah, a lot of them have those auto cues. And that's a person touring, operating it, making sure that as he's singing it, the song's rolling through. It's another person on the road. He did the opening of the RAC Arena. He was the opening act. And he also did this, not the second night, he did the third night as well. And on the first night, he was a little bit sluggish, shall we say. And then the papers wrote a little bit saying he was a bit sluggish. And then he obviously read that, because on the third night, he walked out. As soon as he got on stage, he stood on top of his piano and started doing a little dance, and to sort of say, fuck you, I'm not sluggish anymore. And it was pretty funny because we were in catering, in the catering, and he was sitting a table away from me, and I was looking at the TV watching The Simpsons. And what was on at the time? The Elton John series where Elton John's on The Simpsons. And I was looking at the TV, and then I looked back to him, and he looked at me and didn't say anything. Just like, but that he was a very down to earth guy, very down to earth. Like, really, there's some of them that are just fucking in their own world, and he was just really cool, really cool. Most of the older guys are like that. They're very, very cool people, very normal people. So. Yeah, but Elton John, he's a very, very talented man. I've got a lot of respect for him. Very talented.
And unfortunately, he never got to do his world tour, his farewell tour.
He's still got to do New Zealand. I don't think he's going to do it. So that was COVID. He had to finish that show in New Zealand, and I don't think he's going to do it. So.
No. Well, he's getting older, and it's getting harder. So
it is, exactly. But he lives a good life. It's all private jets and helicopters and. It's extremely good.
Just like yourself, Jared.
Yeah, similar, but my helicopters and they're about this big. They're about the same size as that. So
yeah, but the point is, you drive a Tesla and he doesn't.
Well, he probably does, but he doesn't drive it. Somebody drives it for him. A bit like Prince Charles. He has a Tesla.
He does too.
But he doesn't drive it.
Now, isn't that amazing that Prince Charles drives a Tesla and not a Jaguar I-Pace?
No, because he's environmentally friendly.
No, but the I-Pace is electric as well.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh. But he understands, because Jaguar messed up their naming nomenclature, whatever you call it.
Yeah.
Nomenclature. E-Pace. But of course, the E-Pace is for an ICE version of whatever, and that was the perfect thing to have an E-Pace. So they had to call the electric car the I-Pace. But it's got vastly less range than a Tesla, and the old-fashioned knobs and dials and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So Prince Charles, to his credit, has wisely chosen Tesla over his indigenous brand.
Model S that I saw.
Yes, Model S. Yeah.
Yeah, in grey one. Gunmetal.
I think there might have been other reasons as well with regards to not being able to modify that car enough.
Yeah.
For their needs. So their vehicles are a little bit non-standard. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm pretty sure his brother. I'm pretty sure his brother's getting a plaid Model S because he needs to move.
Yeah, so as to outrun the paparazzi. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say the paparazzi, but someone else.
I thought I'd checked that, but Jag is now actually owned by Tata Motors, and Tata Motors is an Indian multinational auto mob. So I don't
That's true.
To do with it either.
Tata Motors.
Good point.
Same as MG.
Tata Motors.
Is it actually a Papadum you're talking about? It might be a Papadum model. I think that's what it's, the Papadum model. I think is the one.
Yeah, Tata David.
Maybe Rogan. No.
Hey, just out of interest, are you guys seeing this as being recorded? Do you see an indication?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Okay, because I've got no controls. Like I can't turn anything on or off. So when we end this, I'm just going to have to like close the screen and then hope that when the program closes, it would have just saved it somehow. Cool. All right. I feel like those DJs where the whole console's gone dark and you don't know what's going on, and you could just be pumping out just nothing. On that note, it might be a good time to get everyone to go Betty Buys.
Fucking this work. Jeez, 6 minutes, Howard. Let's drag it out. Let's go for 12.
Okay.
It is 6 minutes. God.
Six minutes.
6 minutes.
All right.
I've got it. Okay, so here's an interesting then to drag out a couple of minutes.
Just want to see.
Ever since getting this car, my parents have got a business overseas, and they are a marine dealership. So they sell boats and jet skis and service boats and sea-doos and maintain the Environment Agency's contract for the UK.
Did you just read that?
He's fucking reading off an autopilot.
Yes, he's reading it off the website. Go on, Rick.
So my dad was talking to me about the Tesla and about how fast EVs and that revolving, and it got into a really deep conversation. Anyway, he's gone and I convinced him that it is the way of the future, and it isn't just cars. It's going to be boats, and it's going to be other things, because it's already in. Harley are doing it with bikes and such forth. And he begrudgingly listened to me, and then he went on a conference 2 weeks ago in the UK talking about electrifying commercial boats, etc. And it's massive already. It's starting to go the way of EVs in the boat segment. So he's got on that bandwagon, and it looks like they might actually be turning over the next, I think they've got 6 or 7 year sort of term, but over 6 or 7 years, the entire Environment Agency's fleet of the UK is looking to go electric boats, which is massive news.
Rick, I was speaking to, the lady who owns the electric boat.
Yes.
She's from Norway, and I was asking about what's it like in Norway, and she was saying, like, you'll go to a shopping centre and there's 4 floors of parking, and 3 other 4 floors will have a EV charger for every car, and then she was saying like how for years she can't even get a mooring pen, let alone a charger on the river. But she was saying in Norway you'll have like 4 jetties, and 3 of them will be all EV chargers for the boats.
That's right.
This is now already in Norway.
Yep.
I tell people that the Tesla, without a doubt, is the best car I've ever driven, without a doubt. But as soon as you say that to some people, one guy was saying, my Sahara is the best car. And then you go, mate, look, let me just take you for a drive. And then you take them for a drive, and then they're like, oh, fuck, you're right. Because they have no idea what it can do. They have no idea because they all think the same thing about electric cars. Oh, they're slow, they're sluggish, they run out of power. What do you do?
Hard to live with.
Yeah, and you try and explain it, and sometimes you feel like you're talking to an anti-vaxxer. It's like, fuck, really? You're like, just try it. Just come in the car. when you get them in there and you give them a fucking little hello, they go, "You're right. It is the best car you've ever driven in."
The three easiest points for me to sell a Tesla is 1, the acceleration, which is just a drive experience. 2, my house is now my service station, and 3, my maintenance costs. I don't really have any.
Fuck, 100%. I mean, filling up the Cruiser, filling up the Sahara cost me $138 to fill it up, and it doesn't last that long being a V8. You know what I mean?
Mate, even I sold the Golf R last week, 2 litre, a 2 litre turbo.
Yeah.
And I filled it up from nearly empty because I said to the kid, nice kid, mate, I'll fill it up with fuel for you because I'm a decent bloke. And he didn't believe me. But anyway, filled it up. It was just under $95.
Yeah. Was that some sort of German movie? Sounded like some sort of Schneisen with the Wiener Schnitzel movie.
We really need to give that lady a name.
Yeah, definitely.
Her name is Lorena.
Yeah.
It was from a movie called Das Boot,
Hey,
where Pete put the boot into the accelerator.
Yeah. And he's had the boot put him at home. That's why he has to do the thing in the car for the first 3 weeks because he's had the boot in him at home. Yes, very good. Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
But yes, you can't. Yeah, once you've experienced it, you can't. You're gone for it's all over.
I'd be at the traffic lights in the Sahara, and every now and then you think, "I just put my foot down, give it a go." If a Tesla pulled up next to me and I'm in the Sahara, I'd just find my old man hat, put it on, and go, "See you later," and just go very slowly, take off. I wouldn't even think about challenging it. No way.
I actually got into Finn's car, my eldest's car, earlier to go and pick him up because Lindsay's got the car at work. And I genuinely thought there was something wrong with the car. I did. I was like, this is not right. It was the braking was shitty. Like you touched the brakes and it was like, I should maybe stand on those a bit more. I went to pull away and I thought, I should be pushed. That's not pulling very hard. And steering felt loose and, a little bit disconnected. You realise, I think once you've driven it for a while, you realise how good it is when you get back into a nice car, even the good ones.
Yeah. I had to pick up a Audi A6 the other day. I've had it in the shop for a while. It's been some panel work. It's been looking a bit old. And when I picked that up and I drove off, well, as I approached the roundabout in Osmond Park, I let go of the accelerator, kind of thinking the car will slow down. She just fucking kept going.
Yeah.
Pete said the same thing years ago. Didn't you say, Pete, that you used to let the car unlocked and running? Your ice car?
Yeah.
You left it running and unlocked.
Yeah. And I came back from the shopping centre like, what's that noise? And I realised the car was running with all the doors still open.
That definitely wasn't in Mandurah.
That's gold. That's absolutely gold. Oh, God. Oh, that's amazing. So I got my power bill lately, $240, $140 of power, $100 of connection. I've got to learn to trust the algorithms of Tesla, of the Tesla Powerwall. I haven't been trusting it, and I've been going, I'll just put 40% in and override it and put it in, and the next day it's at 100% at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yep.
I'm going, idiot,
You're wasting.
you idiot. And I was speaking to Richard Chapman, because he's doing Powerwalls, and he was asking me, and I'm saying, as soon as you trust it with the algorithms, then you'll be fine. And that's what I've learned now because you freak out between that 3 and 9 o'clock period, and you're looking out for it. And since I've done it, I did it. The first time I did it for 1 hour, which cost me $1, and since then have never touched it. And the new app gives you more information, and it's so much clearer for the Powerwalls.
Hey, Jared, I'll swap your power bill, mate. Mine was $2,800.
Mine used to be $1,200. $1,200, and there's just me and my wife. But of course, there's about 6 million lights in this house, and 400 lights in the garage, in the garden. So
we've got 32 network cards. Graphics cards in the roof doing crypto mining.
You've
Did you do that, Harold? You did that.
Yeah, you've beat me because I think I was about $2,400 on an Ant miner. I forget what it was. It's got 13.5 terahashes per second.
Yeah.
And I turned it off a few years ago because it was using more power than it was worth.
Generation. Yeah.
But of course, now it's not so much. Like it's done all right.
So
and
you got to
recommission it. I've got to get it back into service. But as you know, graphics cards are fine, but the ant miners are screamingly loud.
Yeah, they're very loud. You pretty much I built a section in my roof that's got a dedicated aircon system in that runs 24/7, 365, which is where the power is.
Well, I was thinking of actually dipping mine in something like mineral oil or something, like immerse it and have like a little pump flowing it into a heat pump, because the air cooling is just. I'll try and find the video for it, but it's just diabolical. It's tearing the air apart as it's beating the air into the system.
Yeah.
Did you say $2,000 for your power bill? Was it
2,800?
Oh, fuck.
That is with solar and 7 kilowatts of batteries. That goes. I drain it from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. So I still get charged for the 3 p.m. to 6 on the 50 cents a kilowatt. So at the moment, half my revenue from mining is purely power.
So why don't you just go all out, turn your solar off, and for whatever the billing period is, become a contestable load, and then do a deal with Alinta or someone.
I was just thinking the whole mining thing's going a bit shit at the moment. So.
I was just thinking that same thing, Harold, but I was just calculating it. But yeah, he wouldn't be contestable.
2,800.
Because it's over 2 months, the 2,800.
You're going to have the police, you're going to have the cops parked outside your house. Going to be thinking there's a
they're going, well, where are those mold
We'll
plants?
be flying a Fleur helicopter over the roof going, oh yeah.
$800
power. Stuck the SIM card in the meter a few weeks ago, and I was convinced. I was like, oh shit, I'm going to get raided soon. So I went to the next door neighbour's house to see if he had his done as well, and he had. So I was like, okay, maybe not. But because ours is constant, I don't think they worry, because normally with like hydro setups and stuff, they fluctuate. Whereas mine's just flat out. We're doing 140 to 190 kilowatts a day.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And then I've added another 45 kilowatts every 3 days to that when I top up the car.
Yeah, Jeffrey, you actually would be contestable. You'd be just over 50. You'd be close to about 60 megawatt hours a year.
But would I get that down enough to make it worth it, you reckon?
Yeah. Oh, look. Yeah. You'd get. It depends on every load. It's individual, but you'd get it down to the 23 to 26 cents.
Okay. Yeah.
Or you get the rate. You get 15 cents after 9 o'clock till 7 in the morning.
Well, that's what I'm getting now. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I get.
I think I averaged it out at the moment at 22 cents across 365.
That's
with solar during the summer and all that sort of stuff. Because I'm with Ethereum and mining, I can actually reduce the power load on the cards. So I'm still mining at 43 megahertz per card, but the power consumption is only 90 watts, which in normal mining like Ravencoin, for example, Pete, I don't know if you know this, but like I'm up at 125 watts per card. So during solar time, I can actually go neutral, which is good.
Yeah, that's great.
I've found my rig. I don't know how well this is going to work.
Okay, look at that.
They're a mint unit, but they are noisy. You either have to have a basement or a third party. Like we were actually in the point where back in March when mining was like I was earning $100 a day off what I had now, where I'm back down now to about I think I'm now about $40 a day. We were going to buy 10 acres in Merredin, cover it in solar, put a couple of seed containers a few feet under, and just let it roll.
Well, this was back in 2017, August 2017.
So that was all right then as well.
No, because I worked out not far later that the power bill was more than Bitcoin was worth. That's not the case now, obviously, but this is an old Antminer S7 or whatever. It was only 13.5 terahashes per second.
Can it do Ethereum and not just Bitcoin?
No, just Bitcoin.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So, there you go. So
because Ravencoin was initially Bitcoin, it was a wasn't it?
Not that
Sorry?
I'm aware. No,
No,
Ravencoin's
it's
based
not
off
a
Ethereum.
fork. It's not a fork, but it was built on the same blockchain as Bitcoin, was it not?
No. So Ravencoin's based off Ethereum. Or Ethereum, however you say it.
Really?
Yeah. Because that's the hash rate you get at the moment is very similar. So it's because it's an asset token, whereas Bitcoin doesn't have that smart. But yeah, Ravencoin's the third most profitable coin, and then you've got a new one called Ergo, and then Ethereum is still at the moment the most profitable to mine.
what about Dogecoin? Is that any?
No, I don't think you mine Dogecoin. I think it's more about staking with Dogecoin. But I buy Dogecoin occasionally when it dips and goes down. I'll buy it, and then Elon will tweet something. It'll go stupid, and then I'll sell it again.
How do you spell Dogecoin?
DOGE.
DOGE.
Isn't there there's a license plate out there with Dogecoin? The guy works for Anthony's from Empower. He's got that.
Yeah, Lentini.
Because I thought it was like an Aussie slang thing for dodgy coin.
Yeah, that's what I thought when I first heard it.
So it's really just dodgy coin, and it was a joke, which of course it's no longer funny because it's rather valuable.
Totally.
Those that have them.
Yes.
But I was pretty sure that like Dogecoin is really an Americanism for dodgy coin.
No, not.
That's what it really was, because it's an Australian guy that did it as a joke.
In Sydney, I think it was. But they're still doing code releases as well, so Elon still believes in it. I don't understand, but
Me and Richie are just going to have to keep, selling that white powder in Mandurah, powder coin.
no, honestly, if you have a look at some of the
No, we bag it in
Mandurah,
Mandurah, we sell it in Perth where the money's at.
Yeah, that's right.
So you get your razor blade, and you still get a little bit of your poppy pearl white.
Mandurah is actually is Mexico, and then we take across the border to America, which is basically just past Mandurah. So
Mandurah's the second where you scrape the stuff up off the floor afterwards. Take that back down, get rid of it.
I think. Go on, mate.
Jared, just quickly speaking of number plates before.
Yep.
I just looked up custom number plates. Guess what number plate's still available?
I have no idea. Leaf. It's Twig. Twig.
2 weeks.
You're kidding me. 2 weeks. I tell you, I should get that. 2 weeks. That's gold. 2 weeks.
Okay, so what I can promise is I'm going to embargo this video until
it's past 12
mid-morning tomorrow or today. So you just get in, log on,
get it bought.
Yep, transport.wa.gov.au.
But interestingly, if you spell 2 weeks with the number 2 and then weeks, that's already taken. But if you spell it out, TWO space weeks, that's still available.
Still available.
2 weeks.
It's got your name written all over it, Jared.
I'm thinking about it. I'm seriously thinking about it.
Set up a GoFundMe page and I'll chip in.
It's been a classic around the Wednesday nights now for fucking about 5 months. We first started. I first walked out 2 weeks, and then Harold fucking downloaded the thing. Now just plays it. All the new people are like, "What are you talking about? 2 weeks? 2 weeks?" Like, 2 weeks.
And I do it right now, but I've got zero control of this stupid PC, so I can't do it right now.
You need a crowdfunding page for the new PC.
We'll save for next week. When's the next social outing? When's the next?
It's at the Como car show at Wesley College in South Perth.
And when's
there's going to be 2 events on at the same time, and you can go to one or the other or both.
Yeah, right.
So Rob's organising a watering hole, and somewhere close to Wesley College. So
okay.
Yeah, so you can go.
What's the date? What date is that?
10th of October, I think.
Oh, okay. So in October.
It's a Sunday lunchtime. Pete's dead right. 10th.
Because there was an EV thing
on
Sunday, Richie, at your mates.
That's it.
Sorry, Pete. I've got us at on the 3rd of October. Is it the 3rd?
That's this Sunday, though, Richie.
I'll be hungover.
This Sunday, 26th.
Yeah, this Sunday's even me.
This is why we need a calendar, Harold.
Yeah. No, I've got our casual meetup as the 3rd, but that's not to say that and that was scheduled years ago, literally, because it's just a regular cadence. Every second month it's a Sunday, and every other second month it's a Wednesday.
Yeah.
But that's not to say that the Como Car Show. Let's just try that.
Maybe we can go back to that place in Morley. They were really hospitable.
Oh yes, the one I promised we'd never do that again.
Yeah, that one.
Como Car Show 2021. Look, you could be right, Pete. It could be the week after Rotary Como Car Show.
You going to
No,
you're right, Harold.
I was right.
You going on Sunday?
You're right, 3rd of October.
Yes, 3rd. So, Jared, it's the 3rd of October.
3rd of October.
Sorry, my fault.
Yep. Yeah, it is, Pete.
Yeah.
That's a Wednesday? Yeah.
No, it's Sunday. Sunday, the 3rd of October.
Yeah, right, okay.
I think I told someone today that it was the 10th.
Yeah, so that'll be our casual meetup. But sorry, Pete, did you say that Rob's organising something at a pub nearby?
Yes.
Right, cool. That'll be good. Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
I'll be there. I've got surgery the following day, so I won't be able to drink anything.
Do you want us to feel sorry for you, or
we'll just have your share.
Is that a 1-800 number that I need to call, or
do they do the procedure through your eyelid like they used to, or is it up your nose? That lobotomy where they just get little scrapers and they just
through the ear,
right up
through the ear.
You're getting the extension thing happening, aren't you? You're getting the thing with the thing that makes the thing harder. Is that right?
Yeah, that's it.
That's it. It's the battery power model.
It's fully rechargeable, and my own solar panels installed on my shoulder blades.
Yeah, and it's Wi-Fi friendly.
Wi-Fi friendly.
Yep.
Bluetooth compatible.
Oh, that's bonus. That's an absolute bonus, especially at your age, because things are starting to fall down a little bit now. So it's good to still get it back there.
So who was it that was mentioning Emirates before? Was that you, Jared?
Me, that was me. Yeah.
Okay. Have you seen this before?
Many a time. Except that hosting, she would be in economy.
What's this?
Here we go.
German
movie. Hello, Schneider with the Wiener Schnitzel. The Wurstenklasse.
So anyway,
she was in economy because about 8 years ago I was never flying economy. Always got to be business or first, and it wasn't a snob thing. It was just I'm sick and tired of fucking flying economy. So I was always business or first. And that hostie, you could tell by her uniform, she was being economy, which was actually known as general population, which is like prison rules. So,
jail cells.
And then you'd be at the top of the plane, at the bar at the back of the A380, flying to Germany, and that's the place to be. The great spot. Much nicer.
Wonder how much that's going to cost next year.
Well, yeah, it used to cost me to fly to Germany, Perth to Dubai, Dubai to Frankfurt, and return. Used to cost me in business. Used to cost me about 6,000. And one year I got first class for 8.
Wow.
And the first class service, I'll never forget it. The shower on the A380, and there was only 3 people in first class when I flew. So I showered when I took off, and then I had a shower before I landed. And I didn't worry about the other leg because Dubai to Frankfurt's only like 6 hours.
Yeah, that's right.
But it's like, it's Mr. Hawk, whatever you like. Never wore a seatbelt. Never told me to do anything. They just leave you alone. They just don't even talk to you, sell anything to you. It's the best ever. I mean, the sad part is when you have to go back to business, it's like, I was there. I was at the pinnacle. Why do I have to go back to this shit?
It's like going back from business to economy.
Because Qantas, I've flown Qantas first class many times. Their service is just fucking average. I mean, you still got to set a flare off to get a hostie to come near you. And that's in first class. And most of the hosties in Qantas, they've got more cracks than the plane. Like the plane's got a lot of cracks. The hosties have got more cracks.
Well, the only way to get a beer is to prove that you don't want one.
Oh, but then the worst thing is if you fly to America and you get on American Airlines, the hosties are definitely older than the planes. Well, one lady that I had, she would have been 90. And I'm seriously, I was going to get up and push the cart for her. She was fucking old. I felt so sorry because they don't have, in America, they don't have retirement. So basically, they just die on the spot. They're at work. Yeah. And that's it. Oh, geez, she died.
Thanks, Joan.
That's how bad it is. It's pretty bad. But, you know, their hosties were definitely on the Wright brothers. They were definitely on the first plane serving coffee on the 3 minutes that they did that. So,
right. So, Jared, at your behest and with Pete's encouragement, we've blasted through 12 o'clock, and we're not doing the one because we're not clocking around the clock.
Yeah, we're saving that for the big.
No, we're going to save that for the big event. That'll be the big telethon talk around the clock. So yeah, I think on that note we might want to wind up pretty soon. Big shout out to Damon, who's missed big lumps, as have I, because I went offline for a little bit, and hopefully this will all work out. And if it doesn't, well, you can't hear this anyway, so it doesn't matter. Shout out to Ashley, Joseph, Hosni Mubarak, Damon again, burnt orange, great roo repellent. It's awesome. Register it, patent it. I'll buy it off you. For everyone watching, please like and subscribe, hit the notification bell. And you can follow us on Patreon at patreon.com/Tokwa. So that would be awesome if you can do that as well. And in the meantime, look after yourselves. Jared, I'll see you on Saturday night.
You will.
Fingers crossed. We'll meet up for a minute or two.
We'll find each other.
And everyone else, Jeffa, welcome to this crazy show. Thanks for being on. And Ben and Rich, Pete, as always, thank you. And Jared, you're the man.
It's good fun. Thank you.
On that note, I don't even know how to turn this off, so I'm just going to program.
Just press the power button.
Yeah, that's right.
Just right at the end, just
pull this one out. Just pull that out.
All right, guys, have a wonderful evening, and we'll catch you again next week. Take care.
Cheers, boys. Have a good one.
See ya.
Catch ya.
See ya.
See ya.